Stream again. All right, so sorry about that whole mess. It's just the unfortunate reality of how things work over on the other platforms is a huge pain. So I haven't actually ever finished this game. I played some of it on the channel, but I never got super far in it. We're gonna pick up where we left off in the career, which I don't remember at all where we were. Yeah, I guess we just went into career. I guess just continue. Okay, cool. Yeah, so right, because I was skipping a lot of. Yeah, so I finished all these ones. Right. Okay, for those who don't know what this game is, this is PowerWash Simulator. PowerWash Simulator. Let's actually make sure my audio's synced. No, they should be fine. PowerWash Simulator is a pretty straightforward game. You go, things are gross. We don't have audio, do we? Alright, give me 2 seconds to fix our audio. Da 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 da. PowerWash, it's on the wrong device, because of course it is. And there. Alright, so let's just reload the game real fast. So, the game did not happen. And we'll reboot and we'll be good to go. But, so PowerWash Simulator is a game that you pop in, everything's an absolute disaster. You go and you start pressure washing things, you get them all clean. It's one of these games that's like a lot of the simulation games we play on the channel, it's great for conversation. It's not a game that would be constantly like having to react to like high intensity thing. Hey Alice, how's it going? Yeah, we just look. Actually, you might not be able to see this. We'll see. I think it's working. But yeah, so I have sound now. But so when you're playing PowerWash Simulator, you go in, you find stuff that's a total mess and all that kind of stuff. There we go. And now I need to remember how to do this. There was a way. There's a way to toggle it so you don't have to shift the camera everywhere. They just shift the... There we go, there's that. It's been so long. We're trying to remember is there's a way you can make it so instead of the whole screen moving, you just swing the nozzle around. It ends up being really nice. They just gotta remember what it was. Yeah, so tab is that. Yeah, so just doing a first pass with a lower pressure one. Just trying to get the worst off. Unfortunately, it's not like real life where you want to pressure wash the top so everything, you know, runs down kind of thing. I'm gonna have to remember what that was. It tilde, maybe? No? What was that control? Where are you? Controls. Let's see, select extension, previous novel. Aim mode, that's what we're looking for. There we go. Because to me, that's way nicer than like the whole camera shaking around constantly. All right. You expect that this might not be worth this heap? Okay. I mean, why would you pay someone probably hundreds of dollars to pressure wash something that you don't think is worth anything at all? But yeah, so Pressure Washer Simulator does a lot, or Power Wash, I keep calling it Pressure Wash. Power Wash Simulator actually does a lot of things really, really well. There's an idea that we have when it comes to, like, education theory and all that, you know, there's different names for it, all that. They're like more formal names, but the way I always refer to it is tick that box, which the idea is to have very measurable and incremental progress. So you wouldn't just say the car's clean, one line item, hit a check mark, that kind of thing. Hey, Tomb. But instead, you'd go through it where you get one little step, and you go, okay, you finish that step. But to break it down to its tiniest little pieces, because you have something big like, you know, finish a book report. And you're looking at a book report, like finishing an entire book report is a big assignment. It takes time. You have to do research. You have to like write your paper. You have to do all your stuff. And all that kind of nonsense. But the issue you run into is by trying to have it as like one giant thing, there's like no feeling of progress, even though you are getting a lot of stuff done as you're working through it. But it's kind of hard to actually like quantify that. So you could sit there on a book report and you can break it down and be like, you can have it like one like increments, like you got this many pages done or whatever. And that's sure something. But you can also sit there and go about and go, okay, well, did I find a book on this? Did I find a book on that? Did I find a book on this? Like, mark each step of the way going, here's the things that I contributed towards accomplishing that. Filth Amendment? What? Alright. Oh, and this game has like a really weird like story to it as well that I haven't fully unveiled. I guess there's like cultists and everything in this. So it's just kind of a weird thing. You're just doing like power washing stuff, and then meanwhile you're hearing this whole story about all sorts of ridiculous nonsense going on. Yeah, what it's telling me right now is it's going fast. I could read it, but basically that apparently this is Esther's car, and they're like, oh, maybe this car is worth more than we think, and that they've come to realize this car is actually used in a movie or whatever, and that they're all excited about it. I don't really care about any of it. Yeah, so you need a higher pressure nozzle for dealing with all this stuff. So you have like little projects like this. I actually don't really like the little ones like the cars as much. But then you got like the big ones where it's just like clean an entire area. That's fine. Yep, I can see you. Welcome, welcome. I do know I sometimes fall behind on the YouTube side of things because, unfortunately, like a lot of the YouTube UI is kind of a pain and all that, and I have like 3 chats to pay attention to, and I focus mostly on Twitch because that's usually where the most is happening. So I do apologize about falling behind there, but it is what it is. This is my main platform. You probably noticed I have like on YouTube only like 1 viewer or 2 or 3 viewers at any given time most of the time, versus over here we're usually sitting at like 60, 70, 100, whatever, depending on the game or given day or anything. Yeah, it's all happening here. Well, and YouTube just has so many pains when it comes to live streaming over there. They've got to make it so we could switch the game category midstream it and not be thing. You got ignored in the live stream. She looked back and didn't respond. I have no... What? You're sad? I don't know who she is or what's going on. But like that's gonna be a thing that happens. One thing that people have to keep in mind with creators when they're streaming, like a lot of times they're not trying to ignore, but you have like 30 things pulling your attention at a given moment, so it is actually pretty difficult to keep up with everything. So it's usually not malicious or whatever, just, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. It also could depend what you're saying and all that, that there are definitely people who pop in here and all that. Text like 6 minutes ago. I have no context to what you're talking about. I'm assuming you're saying you texted someone and they didn't respond? Keep in mind, people's phones' batteries die. I keep mine muted. So I'm really bad about responding to text. I wouldn't overthink it. Alright. Just trying to clean up these little parts. Oh yeah, wash that car. I will, they're paying me. That's how this works. I missed the spot? Yeah, that's the reason I'm blinking this, so I can see the spots. We tried another game that was kind of the similar idea as this, but they didn't have like the ability to like look and see where you had missed spots and all that. Also in real life, don't just go up to your windshield with a pressure washer on the high pressure nozzle, just go for it. You'll be very upset when your window gets destroyed. Use, like, if you're gonna do it, use a low pressure nozzle. Okay. You spent nearly 40,000 points to make that joke. And a wonderful joke it was. Rose turned that washing machine on. That's what they're doing, just pressure washing the car. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Yep. Now I'm aware. I usually do like anonymous files, and I usually won't call out people's names unless they're like, you know, it's cool, that kind of thing. Because a lot of people prefer it to be anonymous. People like to lurk and all that. Not a high-powered pressure washer. Yeah. That's the thing, like, it's fine to use, like, a low-pressure nozzle of, like, you've got, like, this thing, when it pulled up, it was, like, solidly caked that you'd want to get a lot of that off before you start going after it with a little scrubby or whatever. But, you would use a very low pressure to do it. Okay. And one of the other nice things about this is as you finish, it'll, you can actually hit buttons to, like, have it show you what panels you've not finished and all that kind of stuff. Those little quality of life things. Alright, we didn't get this back bumper at all yet. There's a lot of stuff they have you pressure wash in this game. They're like, please don't take a pressure washer to it. You have like these nice fabric curtains and you're just blasting it with a high power pressure washer. Like, don't do that. Alright. Cool. Yeah, I'll go so. Not a whole lot. Washing some cars. Washing some whatever else. Alright, we can go ahead and get that touched up. It's a girl version of Johnny Cage? Okay. I missed something. Yeah, no, I'm a partnered streamer and everything here. Okay. Alright. I do apologize about missing chat a little bit. I'm a little missing something. I'm a little confused about what's going on, but that's all good. I'm also trying to find those spots I'm missing on the vehicle. Because we're 98% cleaned. There we go. Let's see what we can get going on at the art place. We got some tires that still need to be touched up. There's another tire done. And I believe we could check. So we've got the bonnet. So this is the part that's saying it's not quite clean. There, I see. Alright, so bonnet's clean now. It's saying the grill isn't cleaned. Come on. There we go. Bumper's clean now. Alright. So we've got the door handles. I'm missing 2 of the door handles. Okay. We are missing one of the door hinges. Alright, come on. There we go. How much money for you to do an old dance bunny costume? That's not the way this works. Alright. It's all good, Strider. It's not one of those things where you just throw money and you say dance. It's not how any of this works. Alright. So we have one of the headlights isn't done. Okay, so we have the horns, the shelf, and the wing mirrors. Right, wing mirrors are done. The horns. And the shelf. What the heck is the shelf? Okay. That. All right. Okay, I missed something with chat, sorry. Alright, didn't want to switch the extension, but it looks like we have to. There we go. Cool. And we have cleaned the car. Yay, getting paid. Cool. Alright, so now I can actually get a building. Like, I like doing the buildings way more than that. So we got 900 bucks. So let's go ahead and check, because I don't even remember what equipment we were missing. We're missing a soap nozzle, a long extension, cleaning liquids, clothing, which I think is just cosmetic modifications, power washer. So we need to be 90 star to get the big one. Oh. I have a better pressure washer. I could be using the Prime Vista or whatever it is. Okay. So grab that. Why not? Alright, so we can go back from the shop to the main menu. Career. Continue, and we can do the firehouse. Cool. This filth amendment. This is the fire chief. We need you to clear your diary. This is a big job. The whole station needs it doing. Okay. Let's see. Basically, they're saying that they're looking for the mayor's cat, so they can't do it themselves. Okay. So, let's go here. Because I got the better one. Long extension. The turbo nozzle. Do we have the air close? Nope. Alright, so we got this going on. Before we get into any of this, though, we should start working on cleaning all this up. Okay. And just work on slowly getting this all sorted. Yeah, so a lot of this is coming off with just the medium nozzle, which is fine. That's what you do, is use the medium nozzle just to clear up, like, the worst of it. Then you can come back with, like, the higher pressure individual nozzles for that. Like the tougher to get stuff. Alright. What would I do if someone randomly slapped me? Probably charge him for assault. It's not acceptable behavior. Like, it's one thing if someone I know is, like, in a power... Let's see. Steal loot from bandits? Oh, you're gonna be playing Skyrim, I assume. Yeah, no, someone just randomly attacks me. Even though they're like, oh, but it's just a slap, man. You're like, yeah, but that's not okay. You just go randomly attacking people. Because that's the kind of thing that's usually indicative of someone who's going to just do that to other people that they might genuinely hurt. Someone used to do that at your place? Yeah, and I imagine if you would have been like, hey, next time it's getting reported, and then you follow through, it won't happen anymore. Just giving people slaps? Yeah. It also depends, like, if it's, like, someone being playful, and again, if people are okay with it. But if someone's just doing that, that's not acceptable behavior. All right. Yeah, no, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Now, people pop into chat. That's the thing. I'm gonna be keeping track of a lot of things. I'm not gonna catch every single message. That's just fine. That's just the reality of it. But we all do our best. Okay. You guys had the toughest part of Halloween? But how many games do you have? I have no idea. Too many. Just a whole bunch. And a whole wide range of games as well. Though on the channel I primarily play like City Builder, Settlement Builder, roguelike, survival, tycoon, simulation, that kind of thing. which is already a wider range than most creators do. You have a lot of people who main a game, which that's personally something I don't want to do at any ever point. Have just one game that is all I play. It doesn't matter what the game is. If it's more than for a short period, I'd probably get pretty tired of something that was like all I could really play. Oh, it's all people main Pokemon League of Zelda on... Do you mean on YouTube? Because on Twitch, that's definitely not the case. On Twitch, a lot of it's a lot of multiplayer, a lot of competitive stuff. There's a lot of roleplay is pretty big on here. That's only counting stuff in the games categories. You also got other categories. YouTube? Oh yeah, I have no idea what people main on YouTube and all that. That's fine. Like, very genuinely, YouTube is primarily to, like, supplement Twitch and all that kind of stuff. This is where I make my money. This is where I do my living and all that kind of nonsense. YouTube, for me, in a lot of ways, is where my VODs go. Because that way, they survive the temporary storage, and plus you have the offline way that people can, you know, find YouTube videos. They're like, oh, like, I like your content, and then find me on here. It's not me trying to draw people away from YouTube. It's just, I primarily live stream. And YouTube's live streaming is not good. It's worth doing, but it's not as good as what's offered on the other platforms. All right. Getting this ground floor done. In real life, you would not start on the bottom, you start on the top. That way, as all the gross gets, you know, washed down, you're not just cleaning an area, then running all the gross back over the area you just cleaned and cleaning it again. Okay. There's also definitely way more content than just Pokemon and Legend of Zelda on YouTube as well. Like, I can't talk about the live streaming side of things. I haven't done enough research. Like, I need to do more. I just need to get the time to do more. But, like, videos cover everything. It's actually one of the things that I always saw as kind of an advantage of YouTube is if a game isn't, like, kind of in the conscious mind over here on Twitch, it just does not exist. There's no following. And that's because if you don't catch someone actively streaming it, you just don't see it. Versus YouTube, you can post up a video for a game that maybe is not the most relevant, and it can sit there and has a chance of blowing up later. Like, that's a possibility. You just don't have that same opportunity over here on Twitch side. But there's pros and cons. But that's why you put your stuff on multiple platforms. Because what might, you know, I might play something here on Twitch that just not really interesting people. I put it up, you know, the VOD up on YouTube and it does well, or vice versa. I have something that does really well here and I put up the VOD on... Yep, I have a Discord, exclamation mark Discord. But, it's just kind of one of those things that you have stuff that just does not do well on one platform that does really well on another. Let's get this while we're here. Okay. I do hope that Pretzel gets a bunch more music. Like, I have noticed there's been some new tracks lately, but it's not been that many. I was looking for more music variety that's DMCA safe, since I have to worry about that and everything. Otherwise you have a chance of, like, getting your VODs muted and all that. But we definitely have repetition that happens in the music library. And I know there's a lot of creators who just don't give a crap and they let their VODs get muted, and you know, that's fine if that's a risk they want to take. But yeah. RimWorld still isn't dead? No. RimWorld holds up pretty good. RimWorld goes through phases where it'll be like a little underwhelming in like the viewership on the various platforms, but never really kind of drops off entirely. And then every once in a while like kind of comes back up. It does a pretty good job of being at least okay at all times. Versus most games, when it kind of falls out of favor, it just straight up disappears from people's, you know, what people are looking for. But RimWorld's managed to hold on there because there's a lot going for it. It's got a lot of replayability due to the like randomization and all that kind of stuff. You've got a lot of... Oh. Who was that? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I know what you're talking about. What? I have no idea what that is. But, yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, you have games that, especially very story-driven games, that once people see it, it just kind of drops.
If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not...
Let me check one thing real fast. Okay. Am I British? No. I'm from well, I'm originally from Detroit, but I'm in Central Florida. But I spent long enough here, it's kind of whichever. Alright, that's probably too high up to getting meaningful pressure or whatever on that. Okay. This has actually not been that bad to clean compared to a lot of these. Some of these have such fine details, it's a huge thing. Have I ever played Team Fortress 2? Yes. Not in a long time. But yeah, no, I played Team Fortress 2. Played it plenty. It's another one of those games that holds up pretty well. Like, there's still... Team Fortress 2 still has a really big following to that game, just in general. Like, I have no idea how it does on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. I imagine it probably doesn't do particularly great on either side of making, like, you know, machinima kind of nonsense. Which is, like, nothing wrong with that. But, like, actually, like, people just streaming it, I don't imagine there's a big use case for that. What's your main class? So I jump between a bunch of them. Like, in almost every game I play of those natures, I generally will hop between different classes based on what's needed. Some of the classes I would typically play the most is I would play Scout, I would play Medic, and I'd play Demo Man. Because usually everyone wanted to either be like Engineer, or they wanted to be Heavy, or they wanted to be Spy. Like those kind of things. So you usually almost never needed someone running those because people would fight, or snipers. You'd have like 30 people wanting to be snipers. You're like, look, man, if we need one, that's actually surprising. Most of the map sniper actually isn't super useful. Have you ever got the top board unspied? I don't... Are you saying like just... Doing like a leaderboard, 4 people playing Spy, or do you mean in a round got the highest kill count? Because I don't care about kill to death, I'm more about winning the game. So while people worry about like playing sniper and getting a kill count, I will just go take the objective and win the game. Part of the reason I like to run Scout is I would get around people. I'd kill other players as you ran into it. Get around, deal with whatever engineer has set up on the objective, take the objective, win the round. Same reason I run Demo Man is that Demo Man's one of those ones that you can solo take out an engineer pretty easily. Okay. Don't your hands look like butter in the game? We're wearing gloves. Protecting our hands from all the backlash of the water. Pressure washing for longer periods of times will actually hurt your hands pretty bad. I do like that in the, because there's always a discussion about whether Pyro was male or female or whatever, I do like that the devs even leaned into it, that if you listen to when they do their videos, that they'll even have, like, Scout will be like, wait, he's not here, is she? Just, like, popping between the genders so you have no idea which one it is. I mean, you know, actually looking at it, they're like, yeah, it's a male, you know, structure and all that, but it's just one of those things that I very much enjoy that they, like, really went into that. Ranger General unsuggestive. Yeah, I actually have a bad habit of completely toning out the messages they send you, because I'm like, I just want to clean the thing, and they're like, here's a text. I'm like, busy, clean. Wall gross. Make not gross. Yeah, I ain't getting paid to read. Yeah, when I got my contract, say it's gonna be paid however much, like $1,100 to do this thing. Responding to random text was not on the contract as one of my responsibilities. It was pressure wash the fire department. Yeah. All right. But then again, if you don't talk to us, we'll get bored. I mean, just generally the content creator should interact with chat. There is a juggle that happens, though, with that, where, you know, you can chat with them, but you also have to, like, chat with chat, but you also have to, like, do gameplay and all that. So there is a bounce back and forth and all that kind of stuff. And different channels have different balances of where they go, how much they focus on the chatting with, you know, the conversation with chat, and how much they focus on the game itself. That's actually one of the reasons why a deliberate reason why I don't play as much Project Zomboid is it's really difficult to have that. How do you turn dark mode on Twitch? It's probably under settings. Are you on the mobile application or the website? Because that'll be a different answer. If you're on the mobile application, I'm gonna actually have difficulty answering that because I try not to use the mobile application. I believe your settings are in the top right. Okay. Just a quick walk around down here. Trying to make sure we got everything in the bottom I can before we go up top. And we can go from there. Alright. Yeah, no, it's been a whole thing about trying to figure out what we're going to be playing in kind of the near term. Rimworld's been going fine. I plan to keep doing that, because that's always kind of like a safe fallback. One of the other games that we've been looking at is Coral Island's going to be coming out with their update here in about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And when that happens, we'll be jumping into that. We'll be a fresh start, because it is 1.0, and the 1.0 is going to force reset your save files. Technically, you could sit there and choose to not update to keep your save files. Play as I fancy? Yeah, and that's just the whole thing. Like, at any given night, it's like, what do you want to play? It's like, I don't know. Because, like, for streaming, being involved and engaged with the audience and all that kind of stuff is an important part of it. Like, for the enjoyment as much as it is for, like, the games. Like, me just playing whatever game I want to play on my own, it's a very different experience than me what game I want to play when I'm, you know, hanging out with chat and all that. There's definitely some games that just don't really do well on Twitch, like, both for the viewer and for just being entertaining kind of thing. Like, as the streamer as well. So SC is a slime. So SC is a slime? I don't know what we're talking about. As there's literally no map to name multiplayer. I'm missing something going on with the conversation that was Team Fortress 2 and all that. I haven't played Team Fortress 2 in a long time. Like, I know I came back briefly to it. When they came out with, like, the co-op mode. Because I had played, like, a ton of, like, you know, capture the flag and all that kind of stuff. For ages. I didn't really play Team Deathmatch as much. Like, I was perfectly fine and I did well at it, but I much preferred, like, King of the Hill, Team Deathmatch, that kind of, or not Team Deathmatch, capture the flag, all those kind of things. Versus, like, just straight up Team Deathmatch kind of thing. Wasn't really that great. Alright. I see a missed spot down there. Alright, so I need to go up top and clean the roof soon. I was just trying to do as much as I could from the ground here before I got the ladders involved. Do you think it makes up Team Fortress 2, Team Fortress 2, and Titanfall 2? Oh, are people talking about Titan? Like... Okay. Because that was the whole thing I was getting confused by. I was like, wait a second, we're talking about Team Fortress 2. Titanfall also was one that I was kind of already mostly out of first-person shooters and all when Titanfall dropped. Like, what I did play of it was a lot of fun. But like, I had already kind of mostly moved on from playing a lot of first-person shooters and that kind of stuff. Just the toxicity I'd run into, and just not so much like Team Fortress 2, but like other games running into just cheaters and all that. Yeah, no. It's best to avoid abbreviations, especially when there's an easy way to could get confused. It's real hard to tell which ones you're talking about. Like we talked about, there's Path of Exile, the PoE abbreviation. There's like Path of Exile's Path of Eidolon, or sorry, Plains of Eidolon. We sat down one day and we came up with like 8 different ones that were all like valid just in the gaming area that people could mean with that abbreviation. So generally it's best to avoid abbreviations since you end up having to type it all out anyways. You're not saving yourself any time. Pillars of Eternity. Yep. Oh yeah, there's just so many. It's like it's not saving you time. PoE for networking. Yeah, power over Ethernet. Okay. I'm also kind of curious with this town, like everything's gooped up. I think they actually cover in the lore like why this place is so gross half the time. Alright, so this spot seems to have something on it that's not coming off of this pressure washer easily. Yeah, try avoid using the abbreviation, because that abbreviation works for both games. There you go. Yeah, because this one has a bunch that's not coming off easy. You've seen the videos where companies clean insanely dirty rugs. Those are awesome. There was, and it was kind of a clever thing. I don't know if he's still doing it. There was a guy who actually used to make videos that his whole shtick was he would go to people's properties that, you know, very, very clearly like mom and pop shops or like areas that they don't have a whole lot of money or resources. And he would have his professional like pressure washing company, but he would go and just pro bono just do the pressure washing for their property, get all nice and clean and all that. And I thought it was like kind of just a fun one. You know, and you have people like, oh, well, he's just doing it for, like, the viewership and all that. And it's like, well, he's still helping. Do you think a lot of people do it's perfect advertising? Oh, yeah. Like, it's an excellent thing to do. And there is a very big catharsis in watching, like, fast-forwarded pressure washing kind of stuff. We have a property that's like gotten really, really kind of like what you're seeing in this game where like the properties are absurdly gross. They've like not had any type of meaningful cleaning done to them in their existence. And they're like, all right, and you clean it up, get looking good. I mean, a bunch of them, you'll actually see them like shovel up just parts of the yard to find that there's sidewalk underneath it. It's so overgrown because it never got maintained. SB Mowing does that. Freelance Lawn Care on YouTube. Yeah, there's a bunch of them that do a lot of the things. Alright. The sidewalk stuff is intriguing, especially in public property the city doesn't clean because it's for people living there. Yeah, and that was I remember the one that stood out. It was this little old lady who she really couldn't do pressure washing a lot. Okay, you have a good one, Alice. I missed a lot of what was happening with the Team Fortress or Titanfall thing, so I apologize if I missed something that's like someone's deliberately causing trouble. Like, I was trying to catch it, but one of the downsides of the prompter is because I made the font bigger, so it's much easier to read very cleanly. But, like, when there's a lot of discussion happening, it's very easy for stuff to, like, just slip on by. Okay. Like, I got that there's confusion that people kept using abbreviations, and I'm not sure it's, like, deliberately causing trouble about, like, just deliberately being difficult or is, like, a legitimate communication issue. You can't notice that your... Let's see. You can't help but notice that your power washer says involves hot water. You change the wording to add pressure wash. What? What? I can't help but notice your ad says power wash. You do realize that involves hot water. You should change your wording on your ad to pressure wash unless you're planning an upgrade soon. Okay. Your mod senses were tingling. Yeah, no, if it ever seems like someone's being deliberately combative, it is totally fine to be like, yo, calm it down, or whatever's the appropriate thing. Like, I was missing a lot of context, so I didn't want to... Like, I've had the problem before where within the context it was fine, but I'm missing key points that I'll ask someone to stop doing something. I've also had it where I've read a message and just missed a word and been like, yo, we don't say that here. And they're like, oh, no, there's this other word. Like, oh, that's my fault, my bad. Do you feel like Darth is the most tolerant of all of us? He wasn't having it? But they kept trying to tell me that he was talking about Titanfall 2 and getting... Yeah. No, by all means, if someone's causing trouble, just, like, flat out call them out on it. If someone's deliberately being obtuse and, like, causing mischief, by all means, call them out. Like, we will absolutely... Because, like, if it's making it not a fun time for people, that is harmful to the stream, that's harmful to, like, the entire value proposition of the stream, that's, you know, it's gonna make people go away. It's gonna, you know, make it so it just isn't the place for people. So, like, if, like, that's the thing. If I was trying to catch it and all that, but, like, I'd look down, try and... Oh, hi. That was certainly a thing. There are brownies. I don't know why that's resulting in, like, a screaming noise.
Oh, ooh, sorry. Hello, Eonek and Burning Sun and Zibian and a Night Dweller.
I got her brownies and she's attacking my microphone.
Why is my shirt full of holes?
Oh. Because it's a little green.
Cookie. Oh gosh, I'm full of holes.
She's transparent. We can see right through her. Gotta give her that. She's committed to the tab. Oh, yeah. There's a reason why, like, if you look at the merchandise for her channel, there's a reason why she has her own merchandise. Like, she has the Tomb Tap merchandise. %. Which I don't plug my merchandise at all enough. I also need to come up with more stuff. I had fully intended, like, once a month adding a new item and then, like, maybe taking something off of that. Not as, like, a thing, just for people who want stuff. Because I've had people get stuff. Not super often. But it's one of those things, you know, if you don't advertise it, people don't find it. I may have gotten her brownies today. And she's apparently in a very silly mood. I wanted to do something for Halloween. I had to make a store run. And I was like, there's times I'll get like the little square cakes. Like the little teeny tiny ones that they have like a package where it'll be like 2 that are this kind and 2 that are that kind. And they're fun. The We Tap for Tomb. That is cute. Yep. I'm a bit bummed that I've worn the We Tap for Tomb shirt so much, it's starting to fade. Like, it held up decently well. Like, that was, for people who haven't been here for a long time, like, we had a different group we went through for our merchandise before Fourth Wall that, like, honestly, like, I liked the way their products looked, but I had 2 items I'd gotten from them as like the test things that they just wore out too fast. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, that's not cool. I'm gonna go find someone else. This just didn't last long enough. Like, you get that, you know, shirts will fade. It happens. You still use your mug weekly? Oh, those mugs hold up real well. I think, honestly, of the quality of the stuff seen there, the mugs were the best. I have a bunch of them. I don't think I have every single one, because they don't just give them to me for free. Like, they gave me a credit when I first signed up. Like, get a bunch of the merch, just, like, you know, make sure I was happy with that. Yeah, the This Is Fine mug? Yeah. I think that was the one I don't have, because it was one of the later ones I made. So you get multiple of your favorite shirts? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's great. So, like, I have, like, the regular profile one. I have, I think we had the one with the crowbar on it. I don't even remember what's even on there anymore. That's all stuff I'm really bad about. It's like, I don't promote my Ko-Fi very much. I don't promote my Patreon very much. I don't promote my merchandise very much, and I probably should. Like, I have a bot command that's like, yo, you know, you can support me over here. And Eonex's like really nice about doing that for me as well. Like, whenever something comes up around that, you know, we'll drop the links. Case in point, we'll drop the links. So it absolutely helps a bunch. But like, that's all stuff I'm bad about. Like, honestly, even like posting my videos on YouTube and all that, I didn't do that for a long time. I didn't add the commands to like the title, so there's just no way to find out other than looking at the about page, which, let's be honest, people might look at that when they first are curious about a stream, but once they actually get in the stream, they almost never go back to the about page. Like, I'll do if there's a particular piece of information I'm trying to find. Like, if I know another content creator's been having the same problem as I've been having with the game, I might look to see if we have similar hardware, to see if I can't be like, okay, you know, this problem maybe has to do with my video card. Okay, I can't do anything about that. But like, another creator I know is not having problems with the game, and they have the same video card I do. It's like, okay, so it's not my video card. That's always a trick. Can we still gift mugs? Yeah, you can gift stuff out on the yeah, any of the merchandise at Fourth Wall you can gift it away. You can do it like where you give it to an individual, or I think you can also do a giveaway where you just basically you buy it and anyone signs up. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, with that person, they were deliberately causing trouble, we'd tell them to stop first, we'd time them out second, and this is usually the way I deal with most stuff that isn't like an extreme thing, is we basically say, hey, stop it, and if they do, cool. If they don't, or they just do, like, trade one problem for another, then we usually, like, if it's first time chatter and immediately causes problem, then that's a different story. We usually won't put up with that very long. We'll be like, hey, don't do that here. But it was those things that, like, you have someone cause trouble, you sit there and you say, hey, stop it. Then you tell them to then you time them out. if they're still causing trouble after that, then, you know, then they stop being able to come back, because we ban them. I just missed a lot of it. Oh, yes. For the record, if anyone at all through the Discord or in chat or whatever causes trouble, please get a screenshot of whatever they're doing and let us know. And the only reason I want the screenshot is I do want to be careful that, you know, someone doesn't deliberately try and create problems. So, like, the thing where you basically false reports them. But you give me a screenshot and they're causing problems, they will be gone. It also goes for if people unprompted be like, hey, I'm a graphic artist or whatever. It's cool that people are graphic artists, and I know the hustle's a thing. We have a self-promotion chat that you are welcome to use to self-promote yourself in. But, like, if someone's just, like, cold calling about graphic art or something, let me know, because usually it's a scam. Let's say, well, from that mode on Discord, SC is a slime? I don't know what you mean by SC. Oh, hey, we're having a fourth wall giveaway. So, I thought an alert would pop up. So we have a giveaways going on. Zidian has been so kind that if you do !enter, you can get emote stickers. That Zidian is giving away emote stickers. I believe the way it works is Zidian will be basically paying for it. If you win, I think you get an email. I don't remember exactly how it works, but basically, it also covers shipping. So basically, you'll get free stickers, but they'll have you obviously enter where to ship the stuff, but it all goes through fourth wall. So I won't see your address, Zidian won't see your address, none of us will see your address. So all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I caught the part where they gave you a friend request, but I missed so much of the conversation. And I think that you handle that perfectly fine, saying like, hey, I don't know you, I'm not accepting that. And the very last, Lardine has one of the stickers. I thought we were supposed to... I'll need to check. I think my fourth wall bot... didn't trigger the alert, so it's probably just gotten disconnected from Twitch at some point. Yeah, no, it's fast. I need to go back and check it. I think its settings got reset. Like, by all means, it went through. Give me a moment. I'll take a quick peek to see if there's anything I need to quickly adjust with it. It's one of those things that it happens so infrequently that I don't think about it. But we had someone win some nice emote stickers. I'll show what they actually got, by the way. Because I want to make that timer probably like 5 minutes or something like that. Because then I can actually be like, oh, someone's done a giveaway. This is what they're giving away. Sorry about the camera stutter. I'm pushing against the edge here, so it's clipping a little. There we go. I don't think there's a redo, because this is through a third-party thing. It's not handled within here. Like, it's a third party that I have gone out of my way and said, oh, yeah, I like your stuff, let's go with this. That kind of thing. Like, I've designed those things myself that you see on there. Like, obviously, the emote is by an artist. But, as far as, like, where it's placed, the material, the type of item, like, all that, I've done that. Like, they have a thing where you design them, but... Let me take 2 seconds real fast and just see what I can do with this. Because I haven't done much with my merchandise in a while. It's just another of like a billion things I need to go and catch up with. There's fourth wall. Do this. It's not what I'm looking for. I've got bookmarked here. Because then I'll show real quick what we've got in here. Where is my link? I have to search for it. I got too many shortcuts these days. I think it's just fourth wall roll Storge or whatever. There we go. Yeah, so if I put this up on my screen I put it on the little screen. So I put this on my screen real fast. And we look at this. So what was given away is, so I've got like the merchandise here, it's mostly emotes. It's this sticker sheet, I believe, was what was given away just a minute ago. So it's got a bunch of like the more common emotes on there. So it actually doesn't have some of the ones like the Fine mug, because that emote didn't come till later. But yeah, no, the coffee mugs on here are really good. And I've been pretty happy with the last. Oh, that's right. The shirt that I was getting unhappy about being worn out was the one with the previous vendor. Because I was just looking for it, it's like, oh, it's not here. But yeah, and these are prices here for in the US. And the way that works is every one of those items is effectively $5 to supporting the channel. So those prices you see there, which I've already gotten out of the way because we're trying to check real fast. I'll have to deal with the settings later. Oh, come on. There we go. Because the prices, I've got them all set to whatever it costs to get it from them, plus $5. Because the goal is to support the channel. Okay, so let me see if I can't quickly fix the bot. So you are connected. Okay, here we go. So 300 seconds. I think that's saved. Is it saved? What are you doing? Let's see. Check it again. It did not save. 300 seconds. Save. And it'll go and pull up the other tab in the meantime. It just taking a while to save for some reason. Oh yeah, and if you have a sub on the channel, you get a discount. For the record. There's, I'll have to double check. Oh, I can fix this. Okay, so if people wait on that, I'll go and deal with that later. I'll set it for 10% or something right now, so it's got some kind of discount. But I actually have a discount code I put in the subs channel in Discord, so if you're subbed and you link up Discord with Twitch, it actually will go. So I'm trying to tell it to take it 300 seconds. It's just timing out, so we'll figure out what's going on with that. I'll just let it run. But, that is the thing I want to do, is make it so it lasts for like a good 5-ish or so minutes when someone does a giveaway, to give people a chance to enter, because 60 seconds is not enough, unfortunately. Because for people on mobile, it takes like a good 30-ish seconds sometimes, or more if they're on a bad connection, before they see it. Because that's just internet connections being what they are. And then they have to like type it in, hit enter, all that, read like what the item is and all that. So I would like it to be a little bit longer than that. I think I had it at 300 seconds. I think it got reset when they redid their bot. I also thought we were supposed to get an alert, but I want to say that alert went through Streamlabs. And I've been having problems with just Streamlabs stuff just not working for me lately. No, I've got the name. I know who it is. They came through YouTube. Like, I don't think we're in the territory of just straight up banning them, by the way. It's just one of those things of being like, hey, the next time they pop in, we'll be like, you know, when they, if they pop in and they're just starting to cause trouble again, then obviously we'll do what we gotta do. But, like, just going, hey, can you tone it down? Or, hey, don't try it, like, don't be deliberately... Right, exactly. basically be like, hey, you need, like, that's not the behavior we want here. And if they don't change, then they're gone. But, like, no one... We didn't have, like, one of the mods pop in and say anything. I didn't say anything because, like, I was having difficulty keeping up with the conversation, which that's on me. Mods volunteer to be here. They help as able, and they do help in a lot of channels and all that. But, like, ultimately it's my responsibility to handle that stuff if... Like, to make sure that stuff's handled. Okay, so I know we have that giant building over there. Is there anything over here? Oh, okay, we got gross on top of this. I think we have gross on that ledge down there. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, and that's... This is like a super chill game. Absolutely. But and that's the thing. I will never obligate a mod to be like here on a schedule or be like, why didn't you take care of that or anything like that. Like, people are unpaid. You know, it's volunteer, they're here when they can. A lot of people are modding multiple channels or tuning into multiple things at a time, and all of that is 100% fair. Like, the only way I'd be like, no, I actually need you to do this is if I was paying people and I can't afford it. So, is what it is. Yeah, one of us would slap if need. Yeah, exactly. And like I wasn't keeping up, but I didn't see anything that's like super obvious. Like this person needs to be banned. Another thing you can do is also if someone's being difficult like that. I mean, obviously, one, we should get involved and be like, hey, let's not. But if someone's being difficult like that, just stop talking to them. That's also another thing. You don't have to stop talking to chat or anything, just... There are multiple people who I know on this channel who have muted other people on this channel because just whatever reason it's not someone they get along with. And that's totally a-okay. You have no obligation to talk to people who make things difficult. We have to get the ladder for that, I think. And we have to get the tall ladder for that. I can't get an angle to get above it. Hey, look. Cookie told me in good confidence that they muted you. I'm not gonna let them know. Okay. Just personally blocked the permit? Perfect. That is exactly what you should do in that situation. Like, by all means, again, it's on me to, like, deal with a lot of that. But if someone is irking you off, like, you might as well block them, because if you run to another channel, it's just going to be another thing to pop off again. So once it's clear that's a person that's just going to be difficult, block them and move on. That's the way, honestly, I treat with a lot of stuff. Don't tell yourself, please. Huh? Use the context where you respond to a cookie. You respond to a cookie that block cookie. Yeah. yeah, there was a achievement in one of the other levels for doing stuff with the soccer ball. I don't see something to like launch it into or whatever. All right, so I guess one of the first maps I actually have to use this. What did I hear? You broke a tooth on Whoppers last week? He said one bite kind of ripped out a temporary filling. The Horrors of Halloween. Oh, that's no fun. Yeah, Tomb. If people remember, what would this be, like 2-3 weeks ago? Maybe more? When I was like, you know, I think it was, it didn't end up being late, but it was like, hey, we might have a stream that'd be late. Is both me and Tomb had some real bad luck that she had a crown that popped off. And then I had a crown that they looked at and they're like, yeah, that crown needs to be redone. I had a really crappy dentist at one point. He did some pretty shoddy work. But that particular crown, it's like, yeah, that crown's no good anymore. It was the old style crown where there used to be 2 separate pieces that they could it's basically like a foil thing, and then they'd attach the crown to it. And that the intention was they were much easier when things went wrong with the crown. That it was much easier to take off the old crown and put a new one on without a whole lot of work. But the unfortunate downside is that a lot higher chance of failure, where the crown had to be basically redone, like it'd be more prone to have, like, becoming detached or stuff getting underneath it after like it started to wear. So that's exactly what I had in that one. It's also made out of the older porcelain material that they used to use, versus nowadays you can actually get some much stronger stuff. Block turbo maker? Yep, that's fine. Like I said, that's exactly what you should do in that case. Like, very honestly, this is something that took me forever to learn. If you run into people on the internet, and it's like they rub you the wrong way, they're causing, like, deliberately causing trouble, like, for whatever reason, you're just, it's not a person you'd want to reasonably interact with. Just block and move on. You block them, mute them, whatever. And you'll have people be like, yeah, I won the argument because they blocked me. It's like, no, I just didn't feel like talking to a wall. I blocked you to get you out of here. Like, I actually really aggressively block people on stuff like Twitter. You mean to one of my friends? Blocked. Say something I find problematic? Blocked. Just rude in general? Blocked. I got only so many F's to give, as they say, and I'm not wasting them on that garbage. When cleaning a tower like that in real life, would it be start to start? Oh yeah, no, real life you start at the top. Absolutely, because all the group you're just wiping off or pressure washing off is just running down everything. It wouldn't be that bad to clean it up because you'd have already gotten it like detached from the wall. But it'd be, you'd clean it, get it like looking perfectly spotless, and then you'd start pressure washing the stuff right above it and just run down over everything you had just cleaned. There's a reason why they say clean top to bottom. It's not just because it's a good phrase. It is strategically the right approach. But, hear me out, video games, where realism is not that important most of the time. Because GM be really annoying to be required to do this all in a specific order versus having nice, chill, relaxing pressure washing time. And if you didn't already mention it, good seeing you, Moon. Sorry, I've got like 8 things going on in my mind. Yeah, block early, block often. Absolutely. And it's not that I just block people because I disagree with them. That's fine. I actually have people in my life that I have pretty close to the polar opposite views about it. But they're the kind of people who actually have, an intelligent and reasonable discussion with merit and all that kind of stuff. where they will, if they're going to disagree with a point you're making, they will try and provide a reasonable supporting argument. Even if I don't agree with it or the sources or whatever, that's fine. At least it goes, I understand that your argument is at least sound in that aspect, or if I have something to challenge about your argument, we can have that discussion. And that's fine. It was like, no, you're stupid. It's like, alright, well, blocked. I have better things to do than waste my time talking to someone who's not listening. Like, honestly, with friends who are good about it, I really enjoyed getting into, like, political conversations. I'm not going to get into it as much on stream because it's bad for a lot of things. But, genuinely I enjoy those conversations. You know, a good debate, as it were. Again, assuming people are making, like, good faith arguments and, you know, willing to do stuff. You can usually find people who aren't. They won't concede any points whatsoever, and they'll just call you you're wrong, or they'll get to, like, name-calling kind of nonsense. And it's really easy to be like, yeah, that's very easy to just ignore that person. I should be taking the extension off of this so it's easier to move around, but I don't want to, so we're just going to deal with me having, like, a 3-foot wand and, like, basically pressing it against the ceiling. I've also had the thing a couple of times now where someone will message me, like, yo, like, why did you block me on, like, whatever platform? And half the time I don't remember why I blocked them. But, I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, you're being mean to one of my friends, so I decided you're a rude person, I didn't want to interact with you. And like, well, oh, and it's like, well, I mean, hey man, that's just consequences. If you're a jerk to someone, I just assume you're a jerk. Like, you'll notice I don't name call or whatever, I kick people, like, when someone comes here and they cause trouble, even when it's, like, from the beginning, that's all they wanted, you'll notice I don't get to, like, name-calling them and all that. I'll just like, ah, that's an ignorant opinion. Banned. Or, like, use as a learning moment. It's like, yeah, that's the reason, like, this is why we don't say that. Banned. Or, honestly, like, I've gotten more and more, when someone pops in and just is causing trouble, I'll usually just ban them and not even, like, acknowledge it more than, oh, great, like, just that kind of thing. Because, unfortunately, I don't know, it's probably still a thing, there was a while there that a lot of people were doing, their content is they would record on, to, like, post up on YouTube, that they would go into people's streams, say something effectively inflammatory or otherwise causing trouble or whatever, and they would record it, basically get your reaction, and then post it up on YouTube as their own content, to, like, to make their own money. So, luckily, a lot of the platforms started putting the kibosh in that, where they started suspending channels doing that. Because, one, it makes it dangerous for people doing the content creation side of things. And then, like, two, it's just another one of those things that's, like, you're creating deliberately, effectively harmful content. Because a lot of the stuff they were saying was not mild stuff. Like, we're talking making fun of mental health, like, really, really bad stuff. Like, that you're doing it 100% to get a rise out of people. And they were also targeting, you know, different people for their own stuff they were dealing with as well. I'm sure it still exists out there, but it is good that a lot of the platforms have been going through, and when they get reported for it, that they added things to the terms of service being like, hey, you're not allowed to do that. And Twitch actually has something in its terms of service that would disallow that as well, as we're not supposed to disparage against other creators. So even if there is another creator out there who's doing stuff that I personally do not agree with, I can say, like, I don't think we should be promoting gambling to children, for example, without saying names or platforms. And, you can put together who that is. I'm not going to say their name because, one, if I say their name, now you hear their name. But I personally don't believe we should be promoting gambling to children. And there are creators who target children specifically. And They promote gambling. Oh, I can call Cookie a stinky head. That's fine. But the point is, like, you're not supposed to cause problems. Mostly because I assume Cookie could get laughed out. Did the bot die, maybe? We didn't get scary. No, you're a stinky hair. See, we have an understanding. Oh, we saw it? Weird. Did I just not hear it over the music? Oh, that's good. It could also be, I know there's been a problem. I haven't experienced it myself, but I know it happens to Drongo all the time. That as their stream goes on longer and longer, the Firebot sound kind of things tend to get not as responsive. I haven't personally witnessed it, but it wouldn't surprise me, because that's like one of the only sound alerts I have that people can trigger pretty regularly is scary. You're gonna auto-click the likes? I don't think that works. I appreciate the thought. I think if you auto-click likes, it just likes and unlikes again and again. The sentiment
Kill
is...
them all.
Hi, message. But I do appreciate the sentiment there. Okay. Well, good seeing you, Nola. Alright. Thank you for everyone hanging out. I do really appreciate it. Let's see if you... Okay, I'm under the impression it will like it unlike. Like, I don't need anyone, like, cheating data for me or anything. Like, I'm not actually looking for that where someone is just going to, like, put up a bot to like my stuff. Well, again, the sentiment is appreciated. Usually that stuff gets flagged, then your account gets suspended, and that's no good for you. And then usually when your account gets suspended, it just undoes it all anyways, so... Appreciated, but a like is good enough. Okay. And little by little, we're getting this place clean. I'll probably have to go back and I'll have missed half these stairwells. There'll be like an edge I couldn't reach from... Like, actually, I'm willing to bet, did we just miss this one? No, we didn't miss that much. Alright. That is one thing that, on, like, the bot comment or whatever, which has more... There's a, comments over, I believe, on... Is that TikTok? It's so... Yeah, it's on TikTok. That... There's been an issue where the channel's been follow botted twice on Twitch. Which, for those who don't know what that is, that's not something that typically a streamer does to themselves, or even people trying to support a streamer does themselves, because it doesn't really help anything. But it just... Usually it's used maliciously against the streamer, that what they'll do is have, like, offensive names or whatever, or they'll just try and swarm you to, like, overwhelm the channel where your alerts just keep blowing up again and again and again to the point where you have to disable your alerts. It's just a disruptive thing. But, it's been kind of a bummer the last 2 times it's happened. We were hitting, like, a major milestone, and then had, like, the hundreds and hundreds of, like, followbot subs, or followbot follows come through and, like, push us way past the milestone, so that we don't actually know when we passed the milestone. And honestly, that's been, like, the biggest negative of the whole experience, because usually when it happens, it's like, okay, you know, just muted the follow thing. Well, actually, usually when that happens, Twitch actually handles it themselves, because they see it's a follow bot and it just doesn't trigger the activity feed to pop the alerts. But what ends up happening is, like, we'll hit, like, 5,000 followers or whatever, and it happens to, like, jump over that, so it's like, well, you wanted to, like, celebrate the 5,000 follows, but you weren't ready for that to happen because you figured even on, like, things going real well, you're a couple days out. So you want to do something special, and suddenly you get follow bot and jumps you to like 5,500 or whatever. 5,100 is more realistic. And then you're like, okay. And eventually what happens is Twitch will circle back when they do a bot purge, and it takes those follows back because those accounts don't exist anymore. Which I don't care about that. Follows on Twitch is a vanity number. It's cool, big number, fun. It doesn't mean anything. It implies good things, but you'll have accounts that have like 10, 20, 30,000 followers on them, and like 5 average viewers or whatever. And that's not me saying anything negative about those people. It's like they may have been someone who streamed a lot once upon a time and then kind of fell out, or they had like their main game, they just weren't able to make a pivot happen, or didn't, they got a full-time job and decided they wanted to do that instead of streaming. But like now, because they haven't had an active channel in forever, they have like no viewership. The good news is that I stopped moderating that Just Chatting stream. Bad news is maybe I'm still adjusting my mod compass because stuff people kept posting there. Yikes. Oh yeah. We've only been in the Just Chatting category a couple of times, and there's definitely a big difference in what you experience based on the category you're in. Like mods had, like, the moderators had to like step up a lot during just like little Just Chatting of like starting the stream that you don't know what you're playing and just being in Just Chatting for like 5-10 minutes, and we already had like trolls pop in and cause trouble in just that 2-3 minutes kind of thing. Versus like a lot of the games we play, they're not like the big name games, so I think they just don't get targeted as much. I don't know. But like really was surprising like how bad it got, how fast. Because I always figured it was more like a number of viewers thing, which I'm sure that definitely contributes. Yeah, now today we only had like the one person who's kind of causing trouble. I mean, I'd say on any day, like, it's maybe only once every couple of days we deal with one person. Usually it's they cause trouble and they get knocked out right away. If they're causing like serious trouble. The ones that only kind of cause like sort of trouble where you're not quite sure where they land, those ones aren't as common. They're also the harder to deal with ones. When someone pops in, they say something like inflammatory right from the get-go, and Automod grabs it, and it's just something you look at and go, yeah, banned. That's pretty easy to deal with. Yeah, I know I can say don't let it get to you, and that's easier said than done. It's about the best you could do is when someone pops in there and they're just trying to get a rise out of you, is just literally block them, mute them, ignore them, whatever. Like, it's usually best to just go for the block and mute, because then you remove the temptation to, look at what they were saying. It's easier to ignore messages you don't get in the first place. Alright. So what's going to end up happening is we have to take the giant thing here and drag that along to finish doing this. The scaffolding, that's the word I'm looking for. First, let's run this right along here since they've got an angle. Alright. Man, there's some people who I don't know why. They wake up, they want to cause trouble. Usually they've got something they're dealing with that's not being handled well. And So the thing they're dealing with, they just take it out on others. That doesn't forgive it, that doesn't anything. By all means, like I've already said, I usually go pretty quick to like banning people or like whatever when they're causing trouble. Yeah, no, I know, Strider, I agree. That some people just cause trouble. It's just kind of a bummer. And while I usually do try and give people the benefit of the doubt, like sometimes just people come in with that intent right from the get-go. It's just, they're only here for trouble. That's what they want. When we figure it out, we get rid of them. It is what it is. But it's also one of the reasons why, and I've had the discussion where people disagree with that, that's totally fine. Welcome to disagree. That generally speaking, if I see someone being terrible in someone else's channel, I will ban them in my channel as well. And I've had people who's like, no, that's like double jeopardy. It's like, nah, man. I gotta, you know, moderate my community. If someone's willing to be awful in our community, especially like friend of the channel, they're in the our community. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna absolutely ban you. Why would I subject my audience to that when I can nip it in the bud? Plus, I usually find if someone's gonna be awful in one place, they're just gonna be awful. We're talking awful, like, rude, that kind of thing. Combative, that kind of thing. Not, again, not like differences of opinion, that kind of thing. That's fine, whatever. Just, there are tons of people in this channel who I know their views do not align with my own. And that's perfectly fine and A-okay. Alright. Because there's also a lot of people who, there are things that I disagree with their stances on, but at the same time, it's like one thing versus like we agree on other stuff. Like people are multifaceted. There's, like, that's the reason why we can't just ignore any individual thing, because, like, so far as causes, that kind of thing, is like, if you ignore one problem, then people who have that as one of their issues, even if you're trying to help them on everything else, they still have that problem, and it doesn't help them. So reasons why I advocate for so many different things, even though my focus is on, you know, people with disabilities, neurodivergent conditions. Like, I've ignored causes like women in tech. Well, if a person who is dealing with disability happens to also be a woman in tech, congratulations, they're still being biased against. I haven't actually solved the problem for that person. I mean, not that I could solve the problem. I haven't, like, contributed to trying to make things better for them. You also prefer that you do that? Yeah. You also do that? Oh, yeah. And welcome in. Good seeing you. Alright, we're getting there. It's almost if, like, pressure washing a giant tower is kind of inconvenient. Like that there's this whole, it's tall thing to deal with. And you can actually just sit on the ground with the highest pressure nozzle and just kind of go for it. And you will actually, like, it'll be hard to aim, but you can, like, get it to work. What am I stuck on? There we go. Alright. Get that before we go down, because... those things that, yeah, so I think this... Oh, I bet you it's just the other side's still dirty, which is why it's not giving me crap for it. Let's see, maybe new NVIDIA driver? Chance it fixes saves guidelines too? I can check. Let's see, maybe game crashes, but full system restarts have something to do with creating save files. Yeah, and that's what I heard, is that the autosave is the real problem with that. But the idea of a game that's having crashing problems, and not, like, the solution is to potentially turn off your autosave, I'm like, oh man, that is real rough. Because realistically, I'll forget to autosave, and we'll lose hours and hours of progress. Yeah, no, I've had a lot of people report that it's an issue with saving, and that just autosave makes it way, way, way worse. I was also told that they had a problem in their alpha version, that it was like a known issue that saves were crashing computers, and that somehow survived. Oh yeah, no, autosave, like, apparently the reason autosave was turned off by default was because it was a bug during the alpha, which is when they set up a bunch of those settings. That autosave was crashing computers. So for the alpha, they disabled it, and they just never turned it back on. Which I would believe that they had set up all their settings during the alpha, and they just kept them that way. Yeah, Striders, best not to dwell on it. I know you've been like super duper generous with the gifting of the subs and all that when you see someone not sub to the channel. It's like super duper appreciated. Because it is one of those things, like, you know, you look at the sub count, and I know I had a full week that I wasn't streaming this past one, which is a big contributor to why it's not as high as it was. And then the other one was coming off of a subathon. So, like, there's all those factoring in. So it is one of those things that you get back and you go, ah. So, like, that kind of support does help. Yeah, but I wouldn't dwell on it. The person is currently living rent-free in your head. Evict them. Move on. The best way to deal with it. Just be like, they were a jerk. Even if it does sour the mood, like, you know, I get it. It's easier said than done. Like, try and distract yourself, because it'll just be something you keep getting yourself back into, and it's not worth their time. Sorry, it's not worth your time. Yeah, saves are pretty big, around 40 megabytes for an empty map, around 80 to 100 map for 100,000. Honestly, that doesn't surprise me. With the fact that, like, everyone has their own names. Yeah, no, I get it's hard for you not to. Your best bet is find something to, like, properly distract you. Is probably your best bet. Like, find something you can get yourself absorbed into. Okay. All right. And this should be the last side. Like, that's what you have to do. Just find something, get yourself distracted. You know, something active usually can do a really good job of that. So if there's a game you want to play, like, get into a game. Even if you're, like, not super in the mood for a game, sometimes when you got something that's just, like, kind of poisoning your mood, if you can manage to get something that you know will force you to focus. That could be good. That's actually one of the things that are good for like the roguelike style games, the roguelites. Where like, you know, you have to do like lots of restarts and all that. As long as it's not something that's going to compound your mood. Like if you're one of those ones that you fail at those and then you get frustrated, then that may not be the move. But like a lot of those ones can be pretty good about, you pop in, you play a couple rounds, you're focused, and hopefully it like gets it out of your mind. Okay. Alright, this is probably another one I have to get the higher pressure in here just to get this stuff off. Was everyone's National Spooky Day? We didn't have a single trick-or-treater. To be fair, I didn't turn on the lights, but I mean the last couple years that we did do all of it, literally no one showed up. There's just not that many kids in the right age range in my community for it. Alright, so we're to that point of cleaning stuff up from down here. Alright, so what are we missing? Drill tower, ground floor. Drill tower, top floor. Drill tower, windowsill. Wall bases. Let's try the wall bases, because those will be this building. Assuming the wall bases are the dark gray spot. It is. Okay, so that's the one that's dirty. Okay. And then we have office walls. Try the second floor. Okay. So I'm not seeing the blinking orange. Trying to find the one that's labeled office wall. Wait. Okay. So it's the ceramic looking ones. So we're looking for a ceramic wall that is blinking right now. You're still Team Yuri. Yuri gets the most love in the game. I do think it's because of the other characters. She's one of the more fleshed out ones. Like, I mean, not that there's many.
Rather, it's about tending
Like,
to broken parts.
Sayori's missing for part of the game because reasons. Natsuki, even the people who made the game were kind of like, oh yeah, we didn't get to like do as much with her as we wanted.
Our perception of self.
And then just Monica. All right, we'll deal with that one. All right, so let's go here to.
Necessarily a thing you achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive toward. This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water. Be like water.
Just trying to get all of this. All right. So I finished the frame. Okay, that's probably what I'll need to get this done, just those little laps in the stairs. Alright, so next up we have top floor. I assume it's actually the stairs is what it's talking about. Okay. You like the song Pretzel Servant right now? It's kind of just a chill thing. It's like sort of spooky but not spooky. Just kind of like ominous. Yeah. I like one of the things I debated with today's stream is I actually had debated if I wanted to see if I could find some like Halloween kind of playlist. But then I thought, it's like, I'm staying away from like a lot of the spooky stuff because I know it's happening everywhere, so I'm kind of giving people a place to get away from it. That's kind of like, it's probably true of the music too. There's probably a lot of people like, yeah, they're just not into it or whatever. It's like, no, there's value to giving a place to be the, you come here to escape that kind of music and all that. I do enjoy myself a little bit of spooky music. Let's see, you won Poppy Strider $50 in scratchers. Cool. So still 3%. I think maybe it's also reachable from the outside. You would have preferred spooky adjacent? Ah, there we go. I see the one. Yeah, so something like that last track where like it has a certain amount of like ominous to it, while it's definitely not what I would consider like straight up spooky. Alright, Strider, you sleep well. Alright, so let's go check the windowsill. And we have the top floor thing and that office wall. Oh, I was kind of figuring it'd like have a lip outside. Alright, so it is just in there. Just gotta figure out what we missed. Oh, hi. How did... I found what we missed, chat. I was like, where's the little spot that we missed that I can't find? The entire bottom of the stairs for one of the whole sections. Could be like too spooky for me. Okay. So somewhere there is office wall. Has anyone here played the finals playtest? Got access with Too Chaotic? I have not. I have no idea what it is. So I'm trying to find where we have the one last blinking wall. I'm also hitting tab a bunch, that way if it happens to be they like ran out or whatever. Maybe it's like the little ledges up here? That's probably exactly what it is. It's probably these little ledges right here. Let's highlight it again. There you are. Hey, Cam Corgi. Good seeing you. You heard this game is relaxing? It is very relaxing. Cool. So we got paid. Bear with me, I'm gonna have a little bit of my dinner real fast. Alright. I actually like this. The dialogue from the fire chief. That's one hell of a job, thank you. I gotta say, there's been a lot of talk in the community about the quality of your work. And from one person who loves standing and spraying water at stuff to another, you have our respect, as well as some of our taxes. Yay! Clean Grandpa Miller's car. Or the fire truck. Let's do the fire truck. Respect. Thanks. Taxes. Now we're talking. It immediately makes me think of the thing I mentioned yesterday, the group who wanted me to sign a contract for a key and weren't gonna pay or anything. But they were gonna post about the channel on Twitter. All I could think about is like, who is asking who for exposure here? Like, I don't know who you are, and you're coming to me asking me to show your game on my channel. You're the one asking for exposure. You can't offer exposure as payment for exposure. That's not how this works. You know what the price is? Money. That's the price. They offered to push F for respects, basically. Like, for those who don't know, it's totally fine for a game dev company to just shoot you a key and be like, hey, like, if you're interested in playing our game, here's our game. Check it out. And that's totally fine and square. And I'll actually play a lot of those games if the game looks like it's any good. But, if you're not paying, no one's signing a contract or making themselves obligated to do stuff. Like, there's... If you want to require someone to do something, there's going to be a monetary exchange. Or some equivalent. Like, sometimes for, like, hardware sponsorships, they build you a computer, and so you're not being paid money, they're giving you, you know, thousands of dollars worth of computer or whatever equipment in a you know, as an alternative to cash. And that's totally reasonable. But, like, if you're gonna, like, say you're obligated to do something, there has to be some kind of value exchange. Otherwise, why would I agree? Like, why would I agree to that? But it's so weird. It's just the same. When someone hands out a key and says, hey, we'd like you to play our game, they should be just as prepared for the person to not actually play their game. Now, if I request a key, that's a different story. If I request a key, then... You know, it's not that I absolutely need to play, like there's no legal obligation I play the game or whatever. But it's kind of not seen as very good to request a key and then not actually do stuff. Why don't you buy soap for the job? Because I forget to do that. Is basically the short and the long answers. I just forgot. Can you actually buy that during the... Oh, I guess you can buy it right during the mission. I probably should do these things and actually spend the money on stuff I should spend the money on. So I actually have the soap for it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's those things, like the soap in the game actually works reasonably when you're using it, right? But I generally haven't used much of it. Which actually no one notices the pipeline stuff? What are we talking about right now? Okay. Get the loose stuff off real fast. It's a mighty nice diamond plate you got there. Environmentally conscious. 10 gallons of water versus 1... Well, that's the beauty of it. I actually create water out of the ether. Like, if we look at our character, there's no hose. I don't have a backpack with any meaningful amount of water in it. We are just straight up making water exist. Like, and it's also, we have 100% recollection of the water as we're spraying the water. And you'll notice there's just a little bit of mist bouncing off, but there's no water being left behind. But you don't realize this is the single most environmentally friendly water, you know, pressure washer setup that ever has existed. It's why we can outcompete all of our competition, is they have to like hook up hoses and, you know, use gasoline or electricity or anything, and we just magic pressure washing into into functioning. They're all bound by like laws of physics and thermodynamics. Okay. I got all the chrome stuff here to clean up. I'm assuming the whole thing will go at one time. It'll be like instrument panels or something. I mean, it says control panel. Actually, I can just look at it. There we go. Okay. Honestly, even the low pressure does pretty okay for just cleaning off a bunch of stuff. I have to go back and clean up the stuff that's like more hardenedly on there, but doing pretty well. What you don't realize is the way this thing works is because it doesn't use electricity and all that, it's actually running off the glucose in our bloodstream. So it's actually like a vampiric water, like pressure washer. It's a whole thing. The whole thing runs at a couple of millivolts. The hose reel. Let's get that cleaned up. All right. I need to use the lower pressure one more often. Because, like, it really does get a lot of this out of here that I spend forever doing fine clean. Yeah, lovely little job at the house and you're free. No weird stuff, you promise. I feel like the moment someone has to preface inviting you over saying there's no weird stuff, there is definitely weird stuff. Like, absolutely, without question, weird stuff. Just getting our control panel. I didn't think fire trucks had control panels on both sides. I thought it was usually you had your control panel on one side, and then the other side was a bunch of stuff like lockers of equipment. Like, I mean, that's what most of that is back there, is lockers of equipment. I mean, it could also just be different fire trucks. I used to work with the fire department directly, it's just I didn't really pay that close attention because it's not like I rode out with them or whatever. Okay. And just quick again all this. Well, let's take a minute to go through that one real fast. Get all the tires sorted out. Well, wheels. Tires will be next. We still have to do the top of the vehicle. That's not a big deal. So we got lots of patches areas we haven't finished on the outside. Alright. Also, don't take a pressure washer at very high pressures directly to your tire. It's definitely not the move to make. It's also ridiculous how much stuff is gross around this town. Because someone would assume they were still using this fire truck. Which is like solid black there for a bit. Okay. Starting to look pretty sharp. I'll have to still get the tires. We have the front bumper. I think we still have the back bumper. And like I said, we do have the top. We do need to touch up a bunch of just random places on the truck. There we go. All right. So front bumper is almost done. I have to get under. There it goes. It's probably get up to the top to really meaningfully finish a lot of this. Are you a lie ladder? That ladder is a lie. Police rules, fire department rules. Excellent. That seems like the exact sort of thing that would happen. Okay. Now that to go over this, the higher pressure one. Okay. You just notice that decreasing the cost of winning Twitch is just a simple redeem. Let's see, while the message rate increases allows for a message. Wait, decreasing the cost of winning Twitch is just a simple redeem, while the redeem for increasing the cost allows a message. I didn't think either of them was supposed to like offer a message. I'll double check that. I don't feel like it needs a message. That finished abruptly as a whole thing, faster than I expected. Okay. Yeah, I believe you. I gotta look at it, see what's going on. It might be one of those things when I move stuff around, it got messed with. Alright. You'd have so much of this stuff all over you. Just covered heads to toe with just like bits of rust and grime and all that. All getting splashed back at you while you're trying to do this. Gotcha. Good to know. Alright, so what are we missing on here? We have one of the doors is not done. Alright, we have emergency lights. Fog lights. That'd be a deal, but inconsistent. Yeah, no, that's what I was figuring. Just like them to at least mostly work the same, because the entire idea is one is supposed to make it go up, the other is supposed to make it go down, and like there's jokes and gimmicks about how they work and all that, like efficiency and all that, but they should work the same. Okay, so you have the wing mirror. Pretty sure we got this one already. We have the steps. We have the handle. Alright. Increase it does it by 5,000, decrease it does by 1,000. I'll never win Twitch. Uh-huh. That's what I said when I added, is like, you know, you'll have to work together. That there'll be some people who try and ruin it for you. But as long as there's at least 5 of you decreasing it to the one who's increasing it, eventually it'll come down. It's kind of annoying I cannot climb the ladder on the truck. Yay, job completed. But yeah, no, it's just what happens. Sometimes you're gonna cause chaos.
Plan things out and make sure that you are set up to perform that job as flawlessly as you can. You're going
I
to
keep
have much
expecting
better
it to
results.
go into this automatically, it doesn't. Alright. Because hope you're as good as the others with cars. Words. Because we got an old wag in the garage and it's dirtier than a dung beetle's Christmas list.
Thing you can do is
It
rush
still
through
turns over
something
fine,
and then take
but
3 times as long
I'm not
as
taking
because you
Dolores
don't
out
know
for a
your
spin
issue.
until it's gleaming like she is. Thank yous, Leonard.
Worse than that is
Aw.
lingering doubts as to whether your workmanship
You're still hungry? Hi, hungry.
So don't be that person. Take your time and really enjoy the process as
I
much
had
as you
to.
can.
Usually someone else
Try to make
is the
your
one
product
doing
as
that.
perfect as you can. Then you'll be
Oh
able
yeah,
to
let's just
find
take
the
this and put that
perfect
right in the blower. Make sure we go right in the air intake. Right there, solidly into the air intake. Definitely no negative effects to our engine. I mean, it wouldn't be as long as you let it dry out first, but... Get that air filter nice and sopping wet.
Then
No,
you'll
hold on,
be able
alien
to
element.
use this thing for
Alright, let's try this thing. See if we can't make this work the way we want it. So let's grab you. Well, actually, no, wait. We're waiting. That's fine. Rubs baby oil all over Centipede? What's happening? What? Why would you put baby oil over a perfectly good cookie? Well, maybe good's not the right word, but a cookie. Because I know Cookie likes chaos. And now we set the oil on fire. Well, apparently it's a racing car. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I used to watch this. He just race this car all over the place. No, wait, no, I didn't. That was television. Just slowly cleaning up. Yeah, you're not gonna get something this clean this fast in an actual pressure washer. Like, you'll get a bunch of the dirt and grime off, but like there's lots of areas you wouldn't want to actually use a pressure washer on. You need to do lower pressure. It's just kind of what happens. What are you saying, Leonard? He's like, hey, dirt, what? Are you yelling at the dirt? In all caps, friend? Next step. Block our customer. Okay, so you get the worst of this off, and I get to circle back and do clean. Stop texting me. You're the worst, Leonard. Okay. It's like, how long is it gonna take? As long as I feel like it, that's how long. It was like, how long does it take? I'm gonna go tear this up down the sewer, Wayne. And then the wife is like, I've had a talk with my husband. He's definitely not taking the car and tearing it up down the sewer lane. Alright. Yeah, it's like it'll take a lot less time to make. Oh yeah, that's I've had that conversation with like bosses when you're working, and you're like, how much longer do you take it? You're finally like, it'd take me a lot less time if you make me check in with you like 5 times a day to see the progress, because honestly, there's not been a whole lot of progress because you keep making me have to like write up reports on the progress, which keeps me from making progress. Alright. The progress at the end of the day should be enough, right? Yeah, it's always one of those things that's a challenge, like, and this even coming from, like, as someone who used to be a team lead in software dev, like, there is value in having your meetings to be like, alright, what's everyone working on, like, you know, doing your, not like a daily stand-up necessarily, but you know, where you touch base on a fairly regular basis. Like, there's definitely 100% value in that. But there's definitely also the problem of getting way too much. Like, and one of the things that you need to do is keep it contained down to a small window of time. Like, if you're going to do stand-up meetings, if they last more than 15 minutes, that's a problem. Unless it's like a problem comes up that's like, oh wait, we need to like really, you know, it changes from a stand-up meeting into, wait a second, we need to back off like our plans and reorganize because, you know, something came up. That can happen. But like, if it's one person's having issues, like, okay, you know, you two, you're taking care of that now. But that was always the problem when I ran into like things when the meetings got out of hand. It was usually people didn't keep the meetings on track. Like, that was the ones I remember having the biggest fights with was, you know, here's your stand-up, like, here's the 3 things you're allowed to talk about. If it's out those 3 things, it's cool that you talk about it after the stand-up with people. But for the people who need to get back to work, here's the 3 things we're covering during the stand-up. If it exceeds that, we'll schedule something separate just for that. Which meant you usually just didn't worry about scheduling the something separate. It just didn't happen. A lot of times you have people whine about stuff that wasn't going to change. They'd be like, that's cool, you can whine about it, but this isn't the time or the place. Like, we could find a time for it. So we're getting a bunch of these doors done. Should getting pretty close to the point that it's going to trigger like the main body of the car to be done. If one of the bumpers we have one of the mirrors. It is interesting that they call them wing mirrors. I get the idea. I've just never heard them called wing mirrors. All right, well, I wonder which part of the car is the car. Okay, cool. All right. Another thing done. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? I want to get back to the houses and not these. I vaguely think this motorcycle was one of like the very first things you could pressure wash, and I've been skipping it this whole time. And we're already up to 3 stars. Okay. Unintentional speed running. Not really, I'm sure. So, I'm sure there's people who do this that they can like get like a pattern down, and have this whole thing done in a matter of minutes. Like not even just like 2-3 minutes or whatever. There you go. Okay. Down to the last couple of parts. Alright, what am I missing? Fender. And sidecar seat. We have the windshield. Spoke set and swing arm. You say swing arm, are you talking here? Let's click it. Oh, there it is. Swing arm connects the back tire. Gotcha. Yeah, saw it blink. I'm just trying to. Yeah, so it's that thing. Yeah, the motorcycles I rode on never had like the back tire, like the back wheel like that. They're mode like road motorcycles. There we go. All right. Your poor little Trixie. I hope you're not talking about like your dog or your cat. You want me to pressure wash? Okay, so they keep giving me just random vehicles, but we'll get more interesting stuff as time goes on. We're almost to the professional duty one. That's one of the reasons I'm not spending money right now. All right. Because the professional duty, we get that high pressure. It's just those areas we have to like circle back over again and again. We have way less of them. All right. Yeah, so you can get a lot more away with this kind of thing where you just hit it real fast with the really broad one, then you have like a couple of parts that'll give you some grief. I also like the idea that we just like casually climb on top of their vehicle and start running around. What type of software development do you do? So I have done a wide range over the years. So I've done like server-side, web dev, mobile dev. I've done plenty of client applications. I've written software, everything that like I've written software that runs the ads on digital billboards. I've done like association management systems. I've done software that gets teachers and professional like subject matter experts to work together to be able to like get people into classes. Lots of very data heavy stuff. But wide range. Most of the stuff I did was in .NET languages, so C# and that kind of bit. But I did have a really wide range of languages I've used over the years, because you'd have like your company would acquire another company and their devs would leave kind of thing, which is not unusual because like the culture of the company changes and then it's not what they want, or in some cases because they were just like the people who kind of owned it, they got a huge payout of money and they just didn't want to work there anymore. They got their money. They've also been on the acquired side too. Let's see, having a frightful time with the ordinary. A chance you give a quick quiz. Okay. Yay, SUV done. I just want people to take 2 seconds to look at how much I'm going to get paid for this job. $10. That implies I'm driving my vehicle with my pressure washer and everything else to this person's home for $10. Like, as if the gas to get there didn't cost me $10. Made for games. I will warn you, for game dev, it is a very brutal industry. Not saying don't do it, but it is something to be very mindful. It is really rough. Like, I don't know what the statistics are nowadays, but if you go back like a good couple years, the average salary for a independent or game dev was something like $17,000 or something. It's like really low. It's like $17,000 or $18,000 was the average annual income for an indie game dev. And that's US dollars. So horrifically below minimum wage, and that's because the vast majority of them never make a penny. Now, getting into AAA is also like super hard as well. It's also a job that you usually have zero job security, because a lot of them have moved to where they don't keep a lot of devs on their staff long term. You finish the project, they let everyone go, and then they bring them back. They'll keep a couple people, to be clear. But that's only like game dev. It's really, really bad, the situation going on. How long did it take you to learn that stuff? I mean, that implies that you'd ever finish. The reality with software developer is you're always learning, always and forever. But being able to actually like code some stuff, you can actually get into like bringing up some tutorials and being able to make some simple applications. You can do that like in a weekend or whatever. For making larger scale applications, it's pretty much that kind of thing. But you know, you learn the next skill, you learn the next skill, you learn the next skill, and suddenly you turn around and you know a whole lot. But it's actually like, it's not a hard thing to get into like entry level stuff so far as the skills for it. There's a whole bunch of different things that people do so far as training strategies. Some of the big ones I usually recommend is there's tons of online courses and tutorials and all that kind of stuff that you can just grab for free. And there's paid one too. It's definitely not a thing, like, you can go to college for like a computer science degree, but when it comes to like becoming a software developer, you know, it is picking up the skills that, generally speaking, when you go to get like the degree kind of thing, which there is value in doing that, it's not that important. Not like it used to be. It used to be very important. With some exceptions, there's certain jobs that you must have a degree to take. But by and large, there are not as many, like, it's more and more not requiring those. Let's see, it's like rhyming. It gets easier, but rapping gets harder. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I really don't. It's kind of like learning any foreign language. Like, when you first look at it, you kind of scratch your head and you go, I have no idea what's going on. And then you start learning a couple words. You learn hello. You learn how are you. You learn, like, go by, like, goodbye. You learn, like, where's the toilet? You know, for software, it'd be like learning the basic syntax. And you still feel like you don't know anything of what's going on when you're at that phase. But then you start getting to the point where you've got a pretty good handful of words. And then once you get, like, just enough that you can, like, form very basic sentences, then suddenly it becomes so much easier to continue to learn more. Because then when you might go, how are you? And they say someone's like, what does that word mean? And they'll be like, oh, it means this. You're like, ah, okay, I now know in the future. Alright. Ah, yes. The RV. I have no idea what's that's about. Alright. So you thought about making a game, but you know nothing about it? You love the story, the power swing music. Like, oh yeah. Like I haven't learned the whole story, but like I understand there's like all like this cult stuff going on. The mayor's got everyone like chasing this cat around and all sorts of like nonsense. That like it actually has like this weird story going on to it. You feel there would be fewer and fewer jobs programs artificial intelligence takes over? Yeah, no, there's and it used to be the wisdom that people be like, oh yeah, you just need to be the one programming the artificial intelligence. Like, well, the thing, like, and it doesn't even have to be artificial intelligence specifically. You can just sub that in for anything that improves the efficiency at which people can work. And the answer is there's no job that is immune from that. Like, there just truly isn't. Even the people who make the artificial intelligence, even in software dev, we do stuff to make our jobs easier and more efficient. Like, we write the code that makes it so that things are easier to do. And all of that is just improvements to the performance that we can work and all that. And all that contributes to that kind of problem. But it's not inherently a bad thing. Like, not needing to spend as much time to accomplish the same task is not necessarily bad. Now, granted, just automation, like, fully replacing people gets into a lot of a mixed bag, especially when you're talking creative pursuits. But, it's not that the automation is in itself inherently bad. It's what it's used for, and used against people rather than for or with people, that things start to get not great. The irony being, one of the things that they've actually found artificial intelligence is very reliable for and doing good stuff is management type positions. Like, not the human interaction component, that obviously not so much, but like the business strategy kind of things. They found that the AIs will outperform people almost always, and the reality of that is because people get all emotional and all that, and the AI is just like, nope, these are parameters. Like, don't need context. I'm able to determine XYZ based on this. You should do that. Versus, random CEO gut checking things. All right. But yeah, no, it's always been the thing of where you become slightly more efficient, slightly more productive. So even if I don't have a tool that replaces me, if I have a tool that makes it so I can do my job 20% faster, if I'm on a team of 5, congratulations. We just lost a developer because they're no longer needed. We just upped our productivity enough that we could just cut them loose and stay right about the same. The math doesn't actually work out. I'm off by 1, but still. That's just the thing we're going to have to decide some point in the future is, as these things get better, sooner or later we're going to have to decide, alright, well, we need less and less people working. What do we do with that? Like, as less people are physically needed, what do we do about it? Where they just don't have a task to do. It's not that they're not capable or intelligent or whatever, they're just not needed anymore. And we either take care of them or we don't. That's pretty much it. That's oversimplifying the absolute living daylights out of it. But that still stands. Which it used to be people would sit there and say, oh, well, we'll just have them do the creative things, have them write music or make art or entertain and all. It's like, yeah, but like that's actually the thing the AI is targeting right now. Like, that specifically is what AI is being used for right now. Let's see. It was known for a long time that AI will get better and start replacing people. It's just that we've done nothing to prepare for it. Nope. Because people kept, assuming it was farther and farther and farther away, and now we're starting to go, oh wait, actually it's no longer affecting just like 1 or 2 jobs. It's starting to be like really widespread things that can be replaced. That like people are starting to get all nervous. And we'll see. You'll have stuff that people, think that'll be like able to get AI to do it very soon. That just doesn't happen because there's just some edge cases that are too hard to handle in the short term. You'll definitely have some stuff that, yes, the AI can do it, but it's like appreciably not as good. And so it's enough that people be able to identify it and on principle will avoid using it. You'll probably also have lots of legislation that comes out about what it can and cannot be used for, and what the rights are for the people that are used to train the AI, and yada yada yada. Like, those are all things we gotta figure out. But unfortunately, a lot of times when it comes to our legal systems, until harm is happening, we don't do anything. Which makes a certain amount of sense, but also there is negatives to that. It's also those things that's kind of hitting the people who financially are the least able to defend themselves. Generally speaking, various forms of art are usually mostly the not particularly well paid. I remember when we first started the game, and even pressure washing even like the least amount of dirt was a whole big hassle. Because I had to sit there and like get the tiny high pressure wand and just focus on it. Like, we didn't have access to the soap stuff or anything. Like, the areas you're cleaning were very small at that phase. Alright. It's kind of the same thing with, like, the original automation so far as, like, even, like, the printing press kind of thing where, we could do a lot faster, or, like, when they started the assembly line stuff so we could go a lot faster. All of that was massive improvements in productivity, and then we just had to figure out what to do with it. I don't know, I'll be curious to see what the future holds and all that. I do know a lot of people get very doom and gloomy about it, but with enough people, like, just impacted, there's going to be pressures that there'll be something that changes it. What that is, who knows. My suspicions will be it'll be more of an economic thing of having to tackle like how we look differently at all of this. Because I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle. Nor should we necessarily put the genie back in the bottle. It's just, you know, we should have rules around how a lot of it's run. And then for those impacted, we have to figure out how we're handling it. I mentioned, like, way back just the general topic of automation and productivity, that we're heading to a point where we're going to need net fewer jobs, just period, as automation improves things. And just, that's the thing we got to figure out. That's the thing we got to tackle. There'll be the human element, which is like, should a person need to go into a nuclear reactor and deal with this? It's dangerous and it's unhealthy? No? Alright, well, let's send the robot. Okay, what do we do about the jobs that don't exist now? Alright, well, we gotta figure that out. And I don't have the answers. I'm just... that person did a bunch of software dev, did education, and I stream. But it's a conversation that's gonna become more and more relevant as time goes on. Alright. I'm also curious how things change in game dev going forward. Like, it's become a topic that you're even hearing, like, news, politicians, everyone else get involved with, like, game dev that, for all intents and purposes, like, game dev across the board has had, like, record years, big titles have dropped, everything's going on, and we're having these, like, mass layoffs anyways. That's gotten, like, a bunch of people rumbling. I am curious if we'll see some change around all that being, like, how it's handled. Like, no idea what that change would even remotely be. But it'd be good, because that, it frustrates me that I know people that got laid off, even though, like, they were part of projects that absolutely were wildly successful. And the company made absolutely absurd amounts of money. It wasn't like a disciplinary thing either. It was just they were one of a large group that got cut. Or more often it's their contract. They just don't get their contract renewed. They put the job back out for bid. They have nothing against artificial intelligence doing all that. There needs to be some human approval. Names things, stuff like DMCA. Triggering and giving someone a strike to their account. This is happening on it. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's a book that's definitely worth checking out. It's by Kathy O'Neill, but it's called Weapons of Math Destruction. So not mass, math. And it basically goes into where, like, systems, even well-intentioned ones, and how they could cause problems through, like, even well-meaning automation. That it's not that, like, automation bad, that's not the point of the book. It's so much as there's things you need to do to help ensure whatever automation you're putting in place, your systems, your algorithms, and all that, to make it sure they're doing what, you know, they're purporting supposed to do. That they can't be their own source of truth. They go, how do I know my algorithm's working? Well, my algorithm said it is, which is unfortunately a very common problem we run to software dev. Is they're like, well, this is the best resource for figuring out if the question's right. Well, I need something that is not that resource to compare it against to figure out if it's right. Because otherwise those things are wrong and they go unchallenged forever because there's just not a meaningful way to challenge it. But it gets into stuff like coming up with ways of grading school, like colleges, led to colleges being more based around, like, sports teams and all that. Which, that's a fun one, because that whole thing, so for people who don't know, at least here in the US, I think it's a worldwide thing, for here in the US, they actually have a report they put out annually that basically grades schools on a bunch of things. And they give it a rating and all that. And it's supposed to help for, you know, parents and all that trying to research what schools they want to send their kids to and all that kind of stuff. You know, give them those resources. So in all fairness, the thing they're trying to do is a good thing. To help you find the type of place that's going to actually give you what you want looking for. The problem is the way this came about was was it USA Today? It was basically a newspaper that was struggling. And this is like before internet struggling. This news, well, not, it was struggling. That's the important thing. Yeah, like having a potential cop, like a corrupt cop. Yeah, having someone investigate themselves for wrongdoing. That's kind of the whole techno thing. But so what ends up happening is this news agency is struggling. They had a competitor showed up. The competitor was out competing them. And they're like, oh crap, we need to figure something out. Like they're killing us. We need to come up with something. And so they came up with the idea, like, all right, well, we'll put together this thing that goes and rates schools. And again, well-meaning with all that. And so they came out with some initial versions, and it did not align with people's expectations of which schools were doing the best. And so it was basically rejected by the people who they were showing it off to in the first place. And so what they ended up doing is they ended up kind of fudging the numbers by making completely unrelated variables, you know, higher ranked, higher weighted on it, so that while it did still have some upsets, you still had like Harvard and Yale, and some of them were on the top. So you had like a bunch of the big schools that people generally knew about. They kind of artificially boosted them up by coming up with ratings that'd go with that. Like they had a rating which was like a prestige rating. That's basically how well known the school was, which has no bearing on like the actual value of education or anything else, at least for the purpose of what they were trying to measure originally. It was basically what schools are already well known is what it was measuring. But unfortunately, it actually got to be really popular because there was no alternative at the time. You just had to go by word of mouth, and obviously not everyone's been to every school. And so over the years, they did make improvements to it, but it did cause all sorts of complete changes in the way our school systems work here. Because one of the things that they actually rated up there to make it align was around having sports teams. Because that's the things that brought in prestige. Which is the reason we started seeing more and more schools at that time bringing in sports teams. And like trying to have their own stadium and all that, because they could get their school higher rated, and that was the primary resource people were using to research schools at the time. And some of the other things they did is they had one of the other metrics in it was for the number of people who applied, like how many people got turned down kind of thing, like how many people actually got accepted by ratio. Because the belief was if way more people are applying to a school than could be accepted, like the more that is the case, obviously the better and the more desirable that school is. Which of course isn't based on reality at all. But that ended up having a really weird side effect. Because what that ended up doing is, it used to be the strategy when you're trying to apply for colleges. You'd have like your dream college you'd apply for that you don't, you're like maybe not you have a shot at getting into. But you'd always have like your fallback, your safe one, your like community college or whatever, that if that didn't work out, you could always go to that one. So what ended up happening is a bunch of those like lower ones, the safe choice, they started rejecting overqualified people. So if you're someone who got like a near perfect SAT score, they would actually reject your application because that improved the ratio they would have so far as rejections to people applying, that it was seen as bad for them to have you apply and not have you actually go to their school, which of course is completely dumb in like the real world of like good things, but it was trying to meet this metric that, you know, it had been tainted by the fact that it had to be believable and all that. Like I said, they set out originally to do a good thing. It's just because of expectations, they had to fudge the numbers, and once they did that, it became a whole thing. And that stuck around for a long time. That was doing a lot of those problems. And it wasn't too long ago. It was like 2008, 2012, somewhere in that. No, it was not as late as like 2008 maybe. I have to think of when it was. But basically, when Barack Obama became president, that was actually one of the things that his administration did, was they tried to go to that thing and like start getting rid of some of these metrics that were incredibly dumb, because it became a an actual thing that was being handled by the government, because the newspaper, I think it went under, but they said this is a valuable resource that we actually want, so they tried to improve it. And they did, granted not as much as they could have, because obviously there's lots of money involved in all that for the schools and whatever. So a bunch of the Ivy League schools were throwing all the money they could at to try and be like, no, our schools are still important, like, you shouldn't rate us lowly. But they were trying to include stuff like, of the people who went to the school, like, when they got out of it, how much debt did they go into? How much did it cost to go through the school? Of the people who went through the school, like, how many of them, like, how like, within 5 years, how well paid were they, that kind of thing. Like, actually trying to put, like, meaningful financial decisions, since, you know, one of the primary motivations of college is to leave college and hopefully get a good job or whatever. But ended up being a thing that got heavily combated. They still did okay on the changes, but there was a lot of stuff that would have been good to have been changed that did not happen because of the pressures. And that's not commentary towards that administration or anything. It was just, that's how long it took before literally anyone changed it. It was, I think that statistic, or the newspaper did that back in, like, the early 80s or no, I think it was even before that. It may have been, like, the 70s that they came up with that whole thing. But just one of those things that it was a system that was originally well-meaning that just kind of, they had to get people on board, and as they did that, it went from being, you know, theoretically good. We have no idea what the original one would have looked like in practice. It may have been just as flawed, to being more and more flawed. And it's just the fact that, like, it didn't align with expectation was the reason people were rejecting it, as they expected Yale and Harvard and Duke and everyone else to be up there, and for a bunch of them to not even be in the higher end just really made people go, I was like, nah, this is garbage. So, brake lights. Maybe more turn signal and brake lights. Oh, I see. Right. I was like, man, where are these brake lights? How is like that? I forgot. This has the ones up top. Then that book also goes into the whole thing about one of the problems of you'll have historic data, but like it's historic data we know was collected in a way that was like deeply flawed by it. Like basically you look at data and say, this data we know came from a time that there were problems that we're trying to address. And they still use the data, which unfortunately means the data they used winds up being no better, because there's a whole thing with machine learning, what's called crap in, crap out. And the entire idea is if I use bad or flawed data for a system, it doesn't matter how good my system is, I'll get bad results. Because you're teaching it on bad data. And it's just one of those things that another way of stating bad data, or like crap in, crap out, is bias in, bias out. If you put biased data into a system, it doesn't matter how good the system is, you're going to get biased results as well. Alright, there's the bumper. Okay. There's the spot. All right. Is there some up top I'm missing? Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the same thing as the other side. We have indicators on the top. Okay. We have vents. All right, and windows. Oh, we have one more window. There you are. We have both the mirrors here. We have an exhaust, and we have the rear body. So what the heck do you consider the rear body? Is it like the whole chassis? Okay. Okay, so it's like this big plate here. Is there a top part here that I need to deal with as well? Let the pixel hunting begin. Yeah, I honestly find this one's not too bad. We had a couple that just the color of the thing made it problematic. But for the most part, I haven't had too much trouble with this. It is interesting that's considered. There we go. Yeah, so that's one thing that I appreciate about Pressure Wash Simulator, Power Wash Simulator, is for the type of thing, it's not too bad. Unlike, if you want one that's actually bad, Viscera Cleanup Detail, I really, really enjoy that game. But you sit there with your stupid little scanner running around just going, "Unk, unk, unk," being like, alright, where's the thing I'm looking for? There's something here I'm missing. Somewhere here, there is a spot of blood to clean up, or a little bit of viscera. Clean up the fire helicopter. Alright, let's see, we've got a heck of a dirty copter on our hands. Your buddy Cal got himself in a real spot bother in the Mount Rushless. Poor guy was so delirious from the volcanic fumes, he thought the mayor's hellish feline was up there with him. He's fine now, but the copter looks like something, someone dug it from the bowels of Earth, which it nearly was. We've got TV crews arriving soon, so if you could do what you do so well, I'm sure you can get us out of a jam. Thanks again, pal. Just... Oh, that's actually a pretty sizable helicopter. All right. Yeah, I will say that's going to be an odd-shaped thing to deal with. On the plus side, I feel like once again, top of that thing, I'll be able to run around and get quite a bit done. Oh, it seems like most stuff's coming off pretty easy. All right. And we just get everything cleaned up little by little. As I'm telling you, Doc, Goose the ZO2, you can tell the difference between a limping ginger tomcat and a pyroclastic flow. Alright. That's be interesting. There's like an opening in the side that I'm gonna have to get on the ladder to be able to really do much into the opening. Yeah, so we have to get over there. Some of these panels it comes off super easy, like these ones up here in the front. The green is more than enough to deal with most of it. But some of these ones back here, it's nowhere near as good. Okay. A lot of little bits and pieces on this that I gotta get clean. And you can actually clean it with like the really low pressure stuff too. The downside is it ends up taking way more. All right. And that's the reason I keep hitting the, its tab is making it so it glows. Try and watch for the spots I miss because it's not quite enough pressure to clear it all up. Not in one pass, at least. So we want to ensure letting the chief know that my predicament saved Swing Bacon. I owe you one. Okay. That's one of those things I feel like you almost have to go through all those messages at the end and be like, what are you talking about? Alright. Hey, Tomb, having fun doing the scary? Tomb's like, yes. Yes, I am. Alright. Okay, so the whole thing is marked as a snorkel, not just like the pipe or the end of it. I wasn't sure if the cap there in the end was considered one part and then the hose was another part. Okay, so I can actually get a lot of this. Not necessarily having to go up there. Alright. So not finishing a lot of these ones right now, but we are getting them like most of the way done. And there'll be like time to track down which ones are missing. You get our high power wash, high powered hose? Not yet. I do at 90. I don't think we're there yet. Oh no, we are. Okay. So I need 5,000 to get it. So I have the ability to get it, I do not have the budget to get it. Yeah, stay slightly center of left to center. Alright. Get all this. Trying to get like right on the gearing here. Guess I'll probably have to go to the take a ladder or whatever on the other side to get all that. Okay. So close to getting that rear stabilizer to be marked as done. There we go. Cool, and I can probably reach the rest of those from the ground. Get the higher pressure nozzle that spins and hit it from there. But yeah, so there's like an absolute catharsis to this where you're just kind of like running around, cleaning this all up. Starting where it's totally scuzzed up and little by little it gets nicer and nicer. Wifey.
Was someone on Discord being mean to you?
Not to me.
Oh. I thought that's what people were talking about earlier. Hi, Eonek!
No, there was someone being, I would say, abrasive. Kind of just annoying abrasive to one of our viewers.
Oh, to another viewer?
Mm-hmm.
That's so mean.
Mm-hmm.
Should I destroy them?
No, it's okay.
Oh.
It's like, please.
Yes, destruction. I'm full of holes.
It happens. You should avoid having all those holes. They're bad for your health.
I need that. All of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's sweet, Eonic.
It's really nice to be up until you get to 3% where you're digging for the pain in the butt spot. Yeah. So I honestly don't have too much problem. Like sometimes it's hard where it's like, get this part, and you're like, the what part? And you're trying to find like what the part is you're even looking to finish. And then like once you find it, usually you can just like go around to the high pressure and just hit the corners and all that and get it. Like earlier on, it's a lot harder, but as you get higher and higher pressure nozzles, you can pay less attention.
You're cleaning so well. I don't miss it. You made it fun. Oh. Scary. That's so cute. Puppy,
What's up?
you need to get rid of the grime.
I'm working on it.
There's so much.
I mean, they keep saying grime doesn't pay, but I'm getting paid.
Yeah, you are.
Tomb to the rescue? Tomb owns this game.
Eonic was referring to.
Oh, did I miss that?
No, I was just when I said, I don't even remember how I worded it, but when I said, "Do you need me to like beat him up or whatever?" I said, Eonic said, "Come to the rescue."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's like it wasn't something that was bad enough. They're like, oh, this person needs to be banned. It was like one of those things like, that's probably somebody to be like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. We cultivate a nice environment.
Mm-hmm.
Not a mean environment. We don't want meanies meaning up our niceness. That's my rule. Also, I ate numerous brownies.
Did you eat them all?
No, not all of them.
Okay, because I want to make sure I get at least one.
You want me to bring them in here?
Not yet. I'm still eating.
Where do you want me to put them?
Wherever.
There's no answer. There's no answer.
Why can't you read my mind?
A psychic. Although, oh my gosh, I read a story today about this town. Put them on the keyboard. I read a story today about this town in Florida. It's called Casa Daga or something like that. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but it was founded in like the late 1800s by this like spiritualist dude, and now like the city's full of like people that are spiritualists, and so you can go there and like whatever, they'll bid your fortune. I don't know what they do. Seances. Anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I can see where that happens.
Yeah, it was founded by this dude from like, I think it was New York, and he said that like during a seance he was told that he was like gonna go to Florida, like the ghosts or whatever, the spirits told him that like he was destined to go to Florida and like found this spiritualist colony, and then he did it, so like we're done.
Ghosts were correct.
Yeah.
The first time ever. I want to know how they get so scuzzy.
I do too. Some of the things I'm like, how?
It's like, did you like sink this in the mud for a couple of decades? Like some of the cars would be like, okay, I get it. Like this legitimately like drove into a lake or something.
Or a bike, you're like, you were off-roading with it, like I get that, But some of the things it's just like, ugh. That thing says no, step on it.
You can't stop me.
The Such a rebel.
Maybe it's the aftermath of the sewage pillar from Skylines 2. Maybe. There's a bug in, say, Skylines 2 when you start a city that, for reasons unknown, a giant, like, tower of sewage falls from the sky.
Ooh. Like, no matter what, that's, like, just how it starts?
But, yeah, it's a bug, though, so it doesn't happen every time.
Did you get the underside of that platform that said no step on it?
I have no idea.
You need to... No, you get the underside!
We'll get there.
Whoa, that was intense.
Did you ever go back and play this again after they added, like, they have the Tomb Raider house and everything to it?
No.
They added the Tomb Raider, like, mansion and all that.
Okay.
They also added SpongeBob SquarePants' place.
Is pineapple under the sea?
I believe so.
You'd think under the sea that it wouldn't need to be. A giant column of sewage falls from the sky, then the text, "This is how you die," it appears on
It's a rough way to go. Are you getting ready to go sleep?
Yeah, that's why I desperately need to know what to do with the brownies.
I'm sure you can figure something out.
This is upsetting.
Aw.
No,
I don't think it's really upsetting.
I'm upset.
No, I don't think that. I don't think you're really upset.
You don't believe me.
Well, you're saying you're upset,
Yeah.
but you're definitely very much acting like you're not upset.
No.
Eat them all. Oh gosh. No. No, that would not go well for my tummy. The spirit's willing, but the stomach is weak and feeble.
Yeah. It was. Oh, here we go. It was a pretty good thing of brownies.
Yeah. Show that helicopter.
I don't understand what that ridge is supposed to do.
Landing gear. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
No, it's like it looks like it's supposed to be like a cabinet thing that you'd have something in, but then
Right,
there's
that's why
the
I said landing
fuselage
gear.
in it.
Yeah. But it's not.
Right. Like it need to be open for something to drop out of.
Yeah.
I think they just didn't want to model the inside of the water tank. That's what I'm thinking. Is it supposed to be simulating something, but like they just kind of left it at that.
There's so much orange still. Close.
Yeah, I'm using the low pressure nozzle just kind of clean up the most of it, and I'll have to go back and hit it with some.
I made 3 loaves of extreme banana bread, and my family ate it all in 2 days. Lucky family. Oh gosh, people are typing. Why did the computer programmer put his brownies back in the oven? They were too. At least this way you don't have to clean that storage tank from the inside. Want to hear some Halloween jokes?
Sure.
Why did the scarecrow get promoted?
He was outstanding in his field.
Yeah. What did the ghost say to the bartender?
I don't know that one.
I want some booze.
You want some what?
Booze. Booze is a synonym for alcohol.
Oh, you said bartender, my brain was like hairdresser. I'm like, I don't understand. That's on me. My brain was being dumb. That makes perfect sense.
What did the Egyptologist say to his psychiatrist?
I want my mummy.
I was gonna say, I blame my mummy.
Yes.
Do you like my Halloween jokes?
Mm-hmm. I've heard quite a few of them lately, if you didn't catch on to that. They were fun.
Thank you.
Yum, 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 yum.
Considering, I'm trying to think of some of the good ones we had the other day, and I don't remember any.
Yeah.
That's my brain being my brain.
How does the ghost plan his day? It makes a to-boo list. That's funny. Hi.
Hey, Carib, how's it going?
You know this. What is a pirate's favorite letter?
I'll let someone in chat guess.
What's a pirate's favorite letter? W. W. No. R. Kate Chris says R. Oh, send you a cookie. It's my joke. Everyone says it's R, but don't you know that pirates be loving the sea?
Oh no! Not a subversion of expectations, the ultimate move in humor.
Unix is funny. The letter P. Without it, he's irate. That's funny.
That's actually really good. I really like jokes that when you have a joke that's like overtold, that someone comes with a joke to play off that joke.
Mm-hmm.
Those are good.
It's true. I mean, it could have been the X because that leads to the booty. That's true. X does mark the spot. Pirates like all sorts of letters. That's literate, folks.
They're stuck on the boat for long hours. They had time.
They're like, guess I'll learn to read.
That's like, we glamour pirates in a lot of ways, and you actually look at what it's like to be a pirate. It's like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah,
It's like,
it's awful hard.
it's like really, really bad. It was really miserable.
Yeah. Ooh, that thing's not clean. Wait, no. No. There.
Guess it's just this thing?
Yes. Percentage isn't going up though. We'll never get clean.
Nah. What'll happen is I'll get down to like the last couple things, and I'll hit tab. I'm like, oh, gross. Actually surprised that thing's not. I guess that whole thing is putting it marked as fuselage, which would be the bulk of the vehicle.
No. Like, whole thing.
That's like something that's like, what part am I cleaning? Car. You're like, okay, thanks, game.
Yeah.
Yes, of the car, I am in fact cleaning the car.
Maps. Where? Oh, I see. Your display is so big and has so much data. I don't know where to look.
For what?
Wanted to see how many viewers you had right now, but I found.
Yeah. We're over 100 earlier.
Ooh. Peoples.
Yep, back here playing RimWorld.
Oh yeah. Wanted to see, right?
So surprisingly, we haven't lost any colonists directly. Like we had one non-viable birth, which is depressing, but
That's very depressing.
it was like this is actually a pretty big downer.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, only elephants have died.
Poor elephants.
We use them as cannon fodder. I mean, we definitely take good care of them.
They're so
Hey, someone has to be cannon fodder.
That's true. Push the soccer ball around.
One more. Let me make sure I get stuff while I have this angle.
Oh, the soccer ball needs to be pushed around with water.
Did you get the achievement where you did like the goal with the soccer ball in one of the earlier levels?
I think so. I don't remember, but I think I did. Pretty sure I didn't even know it was like. I just wanted.
Or no, you had to push it up a slide. That's right.
Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, and the trick I found for it was to do this. Get like right to the bottom of it. I have too high of a pressure. One want.
I think side to side stream, like, it seemed like it would be good for pushing it up a side.
Well, the thing is, you try to push it straight up early on, you couldn't do it. But what you can do is you can get like just the edge of it.
Excuse me.
You can pull it to you using the water pressure by making it roll at you.
Weird.
I mean, it works. It's just it'd be real difficult to pull it off in real life.
I have the memory of an elephant. I saw an elephant. What? Nick, what are you talking about? I've seen an elephant before.
Once.
Yeah, no.
I do like they have like you could.
Is that a snake?
Is what a snake?
Your next emoji?
Oh, I think it's an ostrich.
It's cute.
Like an ostrich or an emu or something like that. It's one of Drongo's.
It's cute.
I do like Drongo's emotes.
Well, if it's Drongo, then is it from is from Australia or New Zealand?
He's from Australia.
Australia. Are his emojis from Australia? Because then it would be an emu.
I have no idea. I would guess. It's probably an emu.
It's an emu. Yes.
Alright, so we still have this landing gear here that's fighting me.
Because of the Great Emu War. The emus won that war. Humans did not win that war. Humans got their butts whooped by a bunch of emus.
The emu says we're good at absorbing bullets with our bodies.
That's straight history right there. We lost that war. Emus won. We must all bow down to our emu overlords.
Yeah, it's like we were killing them, but the resources we were putting into it, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, this is not going as well as we hoped.
Yeah, it's like, oh gosh, they're repopulating faster than we can murder them. It'll be like the pythons down in the Everglades.
Husband,
Wifey,
I love you.
I love you more.
We can't fight emus.
No,
No.
it's impossible.
It's impossible. They'll beat us. They're better than us.
At the fall of the planet,
Uh-huh.
the emu will still be here. Everyone thinks it'll be the cockroaches, but no,
The emu.
it'll be the emu.
Yep. And it'll just be standing there going.
The emu will just be doing emu things.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you more.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you more.
Make sure to remain entertaining so that you maintain your viewers.
Never. Why would I do a thing like that?
I'm teasing. I love you so much.
Ooh, what's gonna happen? Ah!
You.
It was Natsuki!
Mm-hmm. So I'm failing on literally all of the... Oh, you know, I bet you... Can I get up top?
Right, you know, you're so spoopy. Spoopy. Spoopy.
There we go.
2 spoopy for me. 3 spoopy, 5 me.
Tomb is trying real hard to make three
I didn't
spoopy,
come up
5
with
me.
that. No, that's not a me thing.
But you're really trying to make it a thing.
No, that's from Reddit.
And you repeat it regularly.
I think it's funny. Yeah.
Love. Alright, where is the dirty spot? There you go. Okay. Alright, so the water tank doors, and the rotor tail shaft. I think we can make three spoopy 5 me a thing. The power of channel memes. I mean, you can. I don't know what we would represent it with. Beyond just saying it or the letters or something. I'm not against the idea. I bet you I need to get above it. There's to be that ridge. There we go. So water tank and the water tank doors. Just the water tank. Where am I missing on the water tank? There we go. Cool, we got the helicopter all cleaned up finally. Okay, so we've got a mission from the mayor. Dirt finders, some with too much time and eggs on their hands, has seen fit to bombard my magnificent abode with ballistics most foul. Don't ask me why. I'm as fair and noble as a mayor as this town has ever seen. As I'm sure you'd appreciate, security in this perimeter... Security is a premium right now. so I'm afraid I won't be allowing you on my property. Instead, I've provided you with a voucher for an extra long washer extension. It's for the cheapest one. I'm not made for with money. One last thing. There might be a small element of graffiti on the gates. Please remove that as well. While you're at it, much obliged. But I want that. Okay. So why can't I buy both of these? So that's one of the things I don't get. Is like you can grab the ones for like the lower versions, but why would you do that other than to get them all when you have all the money? Oh, one moment. All right, so with that we can spray even farther. So I'm guessing the idea is I'm not allowed to trespass in their property or anything. What time is it? Just to keep track. Okay, yeah, we're still good. So like, don't go on there. All right. Let's see here. I may or may not know what people egged. Why people may egged my mansion. Yep. May or not. Yeah, I wish paint came off this easy. You just take a pressure wash and just gave it a quick blast and the paint was just all gone. Sadly, that doesn't always work that way. Like, it depends. Like, if it's like a latex paint where it just sits on top of the surface, yeah, probably genuinely a pressure washer wouldn't be a bad move. If it's like any type of like vinyl dye kind of paint or whatever, something that like really absorb into the concrete, that's the color of the concrete now. That's what it is. It's very kind of the graffiti people to have only hit the mayor's place. That's very thoughtful of them. But you got the neighbor right there, no problem. Absolutely no issue. They're very thoughtful in that protest, making sure to minimize the bleed over of their protest efforts. Well, I guess it's just straight up vandalism, but you get the idea. Alright. The vandal was a neighbor? I mean, that also checks out. Colossal number of eggs, isn't it? As the Governor Stevens says, he's never seen such a sustained egg attack. Attack of eggs. There was over 100 of them launched over a period of about 15 minutes. I mean, honestly, with how many eggs and how much graffiti, like, did you have like a small army assault this place with just all of this? Alright. Cool. I was worried they're gonna try and force me to switch my adapters back and forth a whole lot. Let's see, I think the graffiti's implied and piling up the eggs were all done at once. Gotcha. So you're saying like he was just unpopular, he just keep getting graffiti more and more and more, and then finally there was like a heavy duty egging of the place. So you had a lot of construction in your neighborhood, and one guy was so annoyed with all the junk left out all the time. He put a giant sign in his own yard telling them to clean up the tracks, right? Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, my understanding is they've had, like, the police and fire department, everyone else chasing around the cat and whatnot, versus doing anything meaningful with the budget. So just wasting resources on this cat. I'll have to read through the entire, like, dialogue of things afterwards. Alright. The sheer variety of hue in the yolks. Let's see, from a rich okra to almost a lemon yellow. Cool, man. Quite mesmerizing as your pure white alabaster pillars. Alright, I'm going to change that down to smaller pressure. Take less passes to go over it. Also means it can go a little bit faster versus the rest of this. And let's see what we could do about it. As far as like the I assume the ones like way up on that area, I'm gonna have to have like the high pressure nozzle on like the spinning element or whatever. All right. Come on. Okay, I appreciate the gaping tar, so I know I'm gonna get over the rail on it kind of thing. Okay, I'm just gonna start over here on this edge and get back towards the middle. I remember when we were pressure washing, like, skateboard parks and all that. It's been a while since we've done anything like that. We've been doing all sorts of weird stuff. Like, the fire department's not that weird. Like, all sorts of weird vehicles. The mayor's place, but only from the front, not actually allowed to be on the property. Does your van have a logo? All right. Hey, garden gnome. How you doing, friend? You gnoming it up? You know what I'm looking about. Truly gnomes his way around. That was all terrible. Especially the way I botched it the first one. Alright, just pressure washing and pressure washing. So what might end up happening in not too long is we might switch up the game just to spare my wrist. Because all I'm doing is just waving this thing back and forth again and again. Which is fun, but it's definitely not something you want to do for long hours. We've done pretty good so far. We've got like, what, we did like 4 or 5 vehicles. We did 3 or 4 like actual like maps. We still have this one left. I got a little bit of time left in this one. Just trying to think of if we do switch up what we would switch up to. Okay. And remember later you can get a, it's the same nozzle, but it's like 3-prong instead of 1. Alright. So I'm gonna get all that. Like, me might be one of those things that I just like pop over to American Truck Simulator or something like the last little bit. Something chill to play for a little while. Don't be quite as bad on my wrist after a while. Like, this is a very fun game. I very much enjoy it. But it feels like one of those games you play like an hour or two and then you give your wrist a break. Okay. So we're getting there. If I was able to shoot from this far away with this, with enough pressure to peel something off, there's no way that window isn't getting shattered. Alright, so where's the last couple? Okay. Maybe it's bulletproof glass. This is fair. Alright, we got this one here. Okay. Or I'm going to like jump up on the rail. Yeah, I'm going to have to jump up on the rail, see that there's eggs smooshed up here. Okay. Stair ornaments. Wall pillars. Alright, wall pillars. There you are. Okay. There you are. And windows. You'd be butchering those bushes though? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. So we got 100 stars in career mode. Oy. Stretch. Alright, so I think we're going to happen here is I do think we're going to switch games here because my hand is going like, you know, like that again and again, like for the last, what is it, 3-4 hours? Yeah, like 4 hours just like going like, just like that again and again. My wrist is starting to be like, not about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually switch over to, I think it'll be American Truck Simulator. Because that's when we can hop in, do a delivery or two or whatever. And that should be pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and just kill TikTok entirely. Because I'm not going to bother with the category switch nonsense over there. For like just an hour or two or whatever it is. And we're going to go ahead and kill the stream over on the YouTube side of it.